Alright, we're live.
Hello.
Hello and welcome, gamers, to Final Fantasy VI by the Sabin and with
The
the Muttski on commentary.
Hello, hello, mates.
So yeah, I guess we're ready to start us up.
Yep, you can pretty much fire it up whenever.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. So this is a Final Fantasy VI. What I've done before the run is I basically manipulated the run to have a certain encounters during the course of the run. So hopefully I will be able to stick with it. So that's what I did before. I did a bunch of resets and basically set up the step route. What's unique about this game is you can actually abuse a mechanic where you can run away individually, so the party is not tied together. Like you can run away single, like you can make single characters run away, and that way you can funnel the XP to certain characters. So what I'm doing right now is basically running away with Wedge and Biggs because they don't really need XP because they're like temporary characters. So I'm funneling the XP to Terra so she can get a little bit more levels early on.
You'll see that he took kind of a roundabout path there at the last intersection, because you can actually walk around one of the battle triggers and just kind of proceed on to the next fight. And he's just going to keep doing the same strategy for the rest of these fights, just siphon the XP onto Terra.
Yeah, basically we need Terra to be level 6 before a certain cutscene. I'm gonna explain that a little bit later why. So just right now we're just going through basically the early game, which is funneling the XP to Terra. Nothing too crazy. I just make sure that how runaway works in this game is you have to have your ATB full, and there's like a certain hidden value in the game where, based on the character you're using, they're faster or slower to run away. Trying to focus a little bit here. Okay. And I'm trying to hold LNR because it's like basically it's like a charge effect. So the longer I hold LNR, the higher chance they have to run away. And once the ATB is full, they're basically good to go.
One thing I'll note about this run is that if you love fantastic cutscenes, out of this world combat, fantastic music, and some great glitches, but mostly cutscenes, this run is like 12 out of 10, and you can just be on the edge of your seat the entire time if that's what you were looking for.
Mostly cutscenes, yeah. I like that part.
Coming up on the first boss fight, this first boss fight's actually a little tricky if you don't understand the base mechanics of how the ATB operates in the Final Fantasy games. But Sabin will be doing a little bit of what's called an ATB wait trick to make it so that he can get essentially an added attack before Welk's turn via having their ATBs kind of match, but then outspeed the Welk.
I'm trying to get what is called the Welk quick kill, so it's preventing a cycle where the head goes into the head and you have to wait. So I got bad ITV from Terra, so maybe that's not gonna work. So I'm targeting the shell. Maybe I can explain it after, if I get it. Okay, no, I got bad ATB and Terra. So what happened is, there's a mechanic in the game. Well, it's kind of like a glitch, where when the ATB is full and you attack an enemy and he counterattacks, the fact of counterattacking someone of my party makes the ATB stuck for a certain amount of time, and we basically abuse that mechanic to basically skip the head going under, because on this fight, the shell is the part where it's casting the glue, and you see at the top. And the goal is really to make the ATB stuck, basically. But I got bad ATB on Terra at the start of the fight, so I couldn't make it work. It's not a big deal. It's just a small time saver.
Yeah, it just saves like one turn. It prevents it from doing the thing where it tucks his head in and you can kill it before that occurs.
Yeah. There was an old strat where you had to put the ATB, not the ATB, but the speed, the battle speed to 3. I should probably explain battle speed on this game. So the way the battle speed works in this game is not really what you think it is. It's kind of like a difficulty setting. The battle speed impacts the enemy, but not your own party. So if you increase or decrease the battle speed, it's not gonna make you go faster or slower. It's only gonna make the enemy attack faster or slower. That's basically it. So you putting the ATB battle speed to 6 basically puts the ATB of the enemy slower. So it's kind of like an easy difficulty compared to putting the battle speed to 1, where it just makes the ATB go a lot faster. So it's kind of like a difficulty setting. It's not really impacting your own. That's the thing about this game. Because you will think, like on the speed run, you want the battle speed to go faster, but in this game, it's not actually making you make it faster, because you're taking more hits basically from the enemy, and ultimately more resources, and it takes longer to kill the guy. So and I'm shortening the so on this game, like every letter on every text box is being drawn individually. So cutting down the number of characters on your party members saves a little bit of time over the course of the run because of that.
This first segment is more or less just getting out of this area, progressing through a couple of fights, and then it'll end with kind of a cool little segment at the very end before we take off.
Yeah, right now we're just killing these enemies. I want Terra to be level 6 before going to the next cutscene. So I'm just casting fire on these encounters. They basically one shot, so it's not a big deal. It's not a problem to kill them. The green guy has a chance to counterattack if it's being defeated, so...
He throws a wrench, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. So I know exactly where the encounters are, so I'm gonna get an encounter on the bridge here. And the encounters are going to be the same packs basically. So I can manipulate where the encounters are going to be and what encounters are gonna what is going to be the enemies in this encounter, but I cannot manipulate if it's a preemptive or what ATB I'm going to get, because those are frame based and it's not really possible to do that on human input. So if I get a preemptive or something like that, or a pincer attack, it's RNG. It's not because of the step route is off or something like that. So I should be getting...
he's forcing an encounter here, and then he'll proceed afterward.
Yeah, I'm basically forcing an encounter here just to have Terra level 6, which I just got.
Yeah.
You can tell by just watching the text box at the top. You see learn antidote. That basically says I'm level 6 because Terra naturally learns some magic by just leveling. So antidote is a level 6 spell she learns just by leveling by herself. So that way you know she's level 6.
That's actually something I don't know about the game. Does every single character have spells they learn at specific levels, like Celeste?
There's only Terra and Celeste, and the reason for that is because they're being infused with Magitech or Magic Tech.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah, I knew that the two of them did, but I didn't know if it applied to anybody else. So this is a lovely little like auto-scrolling segment where you get to see this little flashback with some misty yellow clouds in the background, you know. And then there's this clown just kind of laughing and going a little crazy.
And in this game, you can advance the text just by holding A if you're inside a battle. So, for instance, the battle cutscene that just happened, you just need to hold A to advance text. But cutscenes outside of that, you need to mash, unfortunately. But
this is like 70% of the important bad guys in the game.
pretty much.
A nice little preview. And maybe a little plot twisters there too.
It's kind of funny. Well, just by playing like the start of the game, you know who the bad guys are. So it's already clear in your head. Like, all right, those are the bad guys.
True. The FF6 definitely is not one of the Final Fantasies that has like some crazy twist of fate of who the bad guy is in the end. It's pretty cut and dry from the very, very beginning.
Like if you read the text, like you play casually, you read the text, like for example, Kefka, you know that guy is an asshole, basically.
You see him burning stuff in the first scene. Like if someone likes playing with fire and laughing at death in the first scene they're in, like I feel like that's just like the surface of what you're going to get for the rest of the game.
It's just a small tell.
Yeah, exactly.
So coming up is kind of like, well, the first two bosses are kind of like tutorials kind of ish. So the first one was basically a tutorial to not attack certain enemies. There's a like even on FF7 or FF4, there's like a tutorial like that. Like there's a certain phrase where you don't attack the boss because if you attack it, it's gonna try counter attack. So you don't do that. It's kind of like a tutorial. This one, it's kind of like a tutorial about basically the use of multi-party. So what I'm doing is basically I'm switching to the second party. I don't use the log party right now. It's basically the story is Terra is in danger and you're getting caught by the marshal that's the bottom. And the Mogul are here to help you defeat the bad guys to save Terra basically. And they basically joining, like there's 3 parties of 4 characters, and we're switching to this one because we need actually Mog equipment. So in the game, Mog is actually a playable character in the game, but in this fight you can actually steal his equipment before getting the character itself. And this equipment is kind of like pretty good for Edgar later on, so that's why we're stealing the equipment right now. I'm stealing it a little bit early because if I'm getting a crit from Mog, a marshal gets one shot basically, and I'm being a little bit careful here. So it's kind of like a tutorial. Usually you're supposed to kill all the werewolf and make your way to the marshal, but by doing certain movement, and you can skip getting encounters from the werewolf basically, and go straight to the boss at the bottom.
You can use the feature that you just saw Saban do to take the equipment off of Mog in battle to also like rearrange items in your menu if you have downtime, or to change equipment on characters casually if you would like to. And it's kind of a nice feature because if you do forget to properly equip a character at any point, like you can at least have an opportunity to change that while you're playing. That a lot of the Final Fantasy games don't have that option, especially after this title. It's not a super common thing post FF6. I think 4 and 5 both do IIRC. I don't know about 4 because it's
4.
Sorry.
Yeah. 4 and 5 does. Yeah, I didn't know. 7.
Yeah, I thought they both do.
You cannot do that.
I knew
7?
5 did. No, in 7 you can't, and in 8 and 9 you also can't.
That's.
There's really not that much equipment in in 7. There's almost no equipment in 8.
Because it makes the
10,
routing.
you can change weapons and change armor in 10 though.
It makes the routing
It's
a
kind
little more interesting because you can swap in battle.
Yeah, like while you're doing something else. Yeah, it's kind of a nice element of that.
So again, I'm on step route. I know where the encounters are gonna be. As you can see, I got like single encounters. So it's preferable to have like single encounters. I matched the text there. Okay, and basically, it's faster to run away if the enemies on the battlefield is lower. So if, for example, if you're getting an encounter that's only one enemy, it's a lot faster to run away from, and I would say easier. So by holding LNR, and versus an encounter where there's like 4 or 5 enemies on the battlefield, which takes a lot longer. So having a step route helps for that. So I got two single enemy encounters, which allows me to run faster, basically run away faster.
Some of the formations in this game have a ton of enemies, and if you get in an encounter that has 4 or 5 enemies and they all get a turn while you're still trying to flee, it can be really, really time consuming.
And we don't have
kind of annoying.
We don't have access to any item or equipment that allows us to like make the running away from encounters easier. Eventually we will get like smoke bombs, but that's later on, maybe in 45 minutes. So that I don't have an ability or anything to basically guarantee a runaway if I get pincer. If I get a pincer, it's basically I have to kill some stuff in order to run away. So there's no way out easily in the early game. So I think single encounters like that, it helps a lot.
If you're unfamiliar with the game too, you'll notice that Sabin is still currently walking everywhere. You don't actually get the running option unless you have a character that's equipped with a specific accessory, which he doesn't have access to yet. And so the movement is kind of slow in the early goings of the run, but fortunately you get the ability to run on maps fairly early in the game, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's FF4 you didn't have a way to fast walk. FF5 you had to use a certain job to make a run faster, and FF6 it's like a relic. So fortunately we're getting a relic very, very soon after this section, and there's a cave after that. And there's also like I don't know if it was developer intended or not, but right at the start of the game there's a sprint shoes that's hidden in the wall that's out of reach of normal gameplay. It's basically as soon as you access Control Terra, exiting the house after the Magitech part of the game, there's sprint shoes on the right that's in the wall. I don't know if exactly it was intended to pick it up as an Easter egg, but they made it out of reach, and it's impossible to get it, unfortunately. So we have to rely on buying sprint shoes in the first town, basically, which is going to be like maybe in 10 minutes.
This is how my friendship with Sabin works. I get dirt on my shoes and I have him clean them off regularly because he's below me as far as superiority.
Yeah, this is basically your first introduction to Kefka in the game, and you already know that guy is an asshole. So you already are right off the bat. You know this guy is bad news.
Who wears green anyway?
Winky is green. I guess that's true, yeah. Him hop.
I mean, he does wear green on his skin.
He didn't pick green. He was born with. He was blessed with it. How about that? Kefka is just a Winky wannabe.
You're not wrong. Everyone wants to be a Winky Winnaby, to be honest.
So yeah, we'll basically running around the castle, story triggers. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I was trying to come up with something else, but it's pretty much story triggers. Which is why getting the sprint shoes from the wall will help a lot, because running around the castle will save a lot of time. But we have to wait to get to the first town first before though.
Kefka has also acquired the ability to set stone on fire, which is like really impressive feat.
It's against
this early in the game. So
yeah,
you know that not only is he evil, but he has got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, don't know how, but apparently he can set stone on fire in this game. But he is Kefka, so he is one of the in the story. Kefka is actually one of the. I guess he's a soldier, I would say, maybe. It's kind of like he got infused with Magitech, like a vector, basically. It's basically the Empire and gave him the infused him with Magitech. I guess it's kind of like Mako from XF7. I guess that's kind of like the best I could say. And he's kind of like Terra as well, so Kefka can use magic and Terra as well. So he has this unique ability to cast magic, because on the story the magic is actually gone from the world. So what I'm doing here is basically doing 2 auto crossbows. I'm waiting a little bit for the ATB here. I'm gonna use steel because it costs 0 time to do that, and you have a chance to get a potion, or I think it's a tonic though. But yeah.
Auto crossbow is like one of the most useful utilities in the speedrun, pretty much any category of this game, because it's just a reusable attack all like AoE style I guess tool in this game that does quite a bit of damage early on.
Tools from Edgar are a lot, like they're actually very good. Like auto crossbow,
they're super good. Yeah, the
early
drill,
on
most of them have some use or another in one category or another of this game, and they're all pretty useful.
And I use as well 2 auto crossbows because if you cast magic, if you cast fire from Terra, there's a very famous cutscene that it's like magic, but that loses time, so it's just better to just use 2 auto crossbow instead of casting magic. So the cave here, you're actually being forced to getting this spring. The game forces you to get it. So I'm getting a 5-pack here, which is what I want. It is again based on the step route. I need money and EXP right now, so getting that encounter is pretty good. And then again, we should basically showcase how the auto crossbow is overpowered for early, like at this part of the game. Basically one-shotting everything, basically. Getting bad ATB from Edgar though, but it's not too surprising. I'm queuing attacks as well because there's a chance the auto crossbow does a low roll of damage and one of the enemy survives. So I'm just queuing attacks just in case that happens. So I'm gonna follow a certain path on the overworld here. Hopefully I will not walk terribly. Well, rip. Yeah, I tried to move a certain way. There's hidden on the overworld, on the world of balance only though. There's certain tiles on the overworld where there are no encounter zone. Basically, you can basically walk into them and not get an encounter from that tile specifically.
So he just bought 3 sprint shoes there, which will make traveling around infinitely more convenient for the rest of the run. And now he's just going to buy a chocobo so that he can cruise on over to the next destination. Not too far away on the world map.
And I also bought goggles, which will be useful for the sketch glitch later on. In this version of the game, goggles actually doesn't do anything because the evasion, like the physical evasion, is actually glitch in the game. Like even on casual playthrough days, it's bugged altogether. So goggles actually doesn't do anything. It does one thing. It prevents, like, Trigo if basically goggles prevents darkness, being blind basically, which is a status effect which impacts how many, what's the percentage hit rate you do on physical attack. But in this game, that stat is actually broken.
I never knew how to get around that, and I never knew you could walk around that until I started learning this run.
Yeah, it's
like to go like around that cliff. Yeah.
And to go back to the goggles, like the only thing that will be useful is because Strigo, which is a character you get later, you can learn basically magic from enemies, and if Strigo is impacted with darkness or blind, he cannot learn those spells. So that's the only thing. So I'm gonna try here to make Locke run away. It's probably not gonna happen, but we're gonna try still. Yeah. So I'm trying to get Locke run away from one of the 4 encounters, 4-pack encounters, to funnel more EXP to Locke and Edgar and Terra. Because they need more, those 2 characters need more EXP than Locke to reach the levels that I want. So I just need to make Locke run away from one of those battles, and after that it's basically kill the. Okay, so that's good. So getting a side attack here will guarantee me Locke to run away. So Locke run away, Terra and Edgar gets more EXP, and we can proceed as usual. I'm gonna get hopefully no pincer. Okay. That encounter is bad. I messed up the walking a little bit, so I should not get that encounter. That encounter I can get pincered, and they have a chance to petrify me, which is bad. But I guess it's like the 2nd or 3rd turn. But it's hard to actually. Step route is not really required. It saves time, but it's not required in this game.
I think the biggest thing is that it just eliminates the amount of total encounters you get, and also eliminates the possibility of a lot of pincers that can be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah. Early on, it's more important to keep it early on, but There's a certain point after you be able to use smoke bombs, it doesn't matter really that much anymore. So this three of them has a chance to poison me, so I'm trying to outfast them. Getting poison is not that big of a deal. It's just you have to go in the menu and cleanse one of your character, and that's extra menuing that you don't really want, but so I should probably heal Terra to not get wrecked by Vargas. So I should get my levels here. Yeah, there we go. So I want my characters to be level 10, 9, 8. So 10 Edgar, 9 Locke, and 8 Terra. So the reason for that is, I guess I didn't explain why, is in this game, the way the leveling works when a new party member joins, it's based on the average of what your currently average of your active party members. So if, for example, if I have 10, 9, 8 as levels, so it's like an average of 9. So Saban will join at level 9 plus a certain value, which is basically dictated by the game, the program, which is +2. So Saban will join at 11. So if the average party level would be like 7, Saban will join at level 9. But because we're at level 9 average, he's gonna join at level 11.
This is the Vargas fight, where we'll finally get to meet the real hero of Final Fantasy VI, the freaking Saban.
So I probably should do that. I should have done that during one of the battle, but it's whatever. So basically, I swapped Edgar's weapon. So basically the pike that I stole from the Mog, I equipped it on Edgar, and I equipped the sword that Edgar had on Locke in battle, so to do more damage. And from there, it's basically just hold A. If you hold A in battle, you can just confirm menu attacks and spells on the first frame possible, so...
Chat really wants you to do them a solid right now, by the way.
Rolling it!
There it is. We in there, boys.
So this fight is supposed to be a tutorial on how to do Blitz, but it's not really well explained. I remember as a kid having a lot of trouble with that, probably because I didn't know how to read in English, but so you're supposed to do like a certain Street Fighter command. I guess that's based on that. So you do left, right, left, and it's a pummel attack, and basically kill, I guess, Vargas. You cannot really damage, like you cannot kill Vargas by damage. He has too much damage. You have to use pummel. So eventually the game tells you that you need to use pummel, like from there's certain text box that's appearing over the course of the fight, but I never really it's like weird, like it's one of those fights where you get stuck in. I feel like a lot of people got stuck into this fight. I was the case myself, so I don't know if people who played this recently or over the past 5 years had trouble with this fight. So then again, walking a certain way. We don't need the XP anymore because we got the levels that we needed. So Saban is level 11 right now. So that's basically the reason why we got some encounters. I'm gonna save here because marathon. There's a very small chance to soft lock here, but 1 out of 256. But like there's a famous soft lock where the NPC basically gets in your way. Like there's an NPC next to the table that's on the right. You see him walking like every now and then, but there is an RNG where you enter the room, and the NPC blocks you from. Basically puts you in between the NPC and yourself, and you're not able to. You're basically soft locked. So. But it's better to save than to basically have to reset, basically. So yeah, we are at the Returners hideout right now. This is where the Returners is basically the clan, or not a clan, but it's like a group of people that are against the Empire. The Empire is like Kefka, the Emperor, and all that. The soldiers. So this is basically the hideout, and you learn that Edgar is part of that team as well.
And then you immediately steal all of their stuff after meeting them, basically.
Yeah.
Before you take off.
So basically stealing what's in the back of the back of that room. Lots of good stuff, mostly for money. Not really useful, and it's not really useful for battles or anything like that. Like Runix sells for a lot of money, so we just pick those up for sell for later. So what I'm doing now is I'm saying no to Bannon 3 times. I guess it's an Easter egg. I don't know if I don't think.
I think it's just like something they put in the game that. You know, I don't know, if you decide to be a complete jerk, they're like, maybe we should just give them the best item for being a complete dick to Bannon for really no reason. I don't know. You know, that you say yes to him and you don't get the same reward as if you say no to him 3 times, which is significantly better.
Yeah, if you say no to Ganon 3 times, you're getting the Genji gloves, which allows you to equip 2 weapons.
Say no to Ganon?
Ganon, yeah. I can't wait to say Ganon's Tower later.
Oh, no, dude, I have oh, man. Yeah, dude.
So yeah,
Ganon's
if I get
Tower.
if the Genji glove is basically you equip 1 item each end. Usually you have a sword or a spike or whatever, and you have a shield. But the Genji glove allows you to have 2 weapons on each end. So if you say no to Bannon, you basically get that item. The other alternative is if you say yes, you get the gauntlet, which is hold on. I should probably scroll my notes down. Everyone back row. Genji glove, Atlas armlet. Okay, so I'm resetting here because I'm manipulating the river. I'm on step route, so I know where I am in the RNG. So the river is an interesting part of the game where the first 2 encounters are enforced, but the rest are based on NPC movement, which is a random, not really random. Well, I guess it is technically, but each time an NPC on any screen walks, the RNG advances by 1. And the way the river works is based on that value. It's gonna check if you should get an encounter or not. So by watching the NPC move, like he was walking on basically the carpet, so I know the RNG is set, so I don't have any more encounters after that. I'm primitive. So I'm getting these 2 encounters, and the rest is gonna be there's no more encounters after that. And I'm basically using Autocrossal twice for Edgar here because I need to get him to level 11. This is for the opera leader. There's gonna be like there's rats encounters that you get on the ceiling on the opera, and that's the main reason why. And it's an encounter that it's on the way as well, so it's kind of like an easy level, an easy level to get. So as you can see, I'm not getting an encounter. I'm gonna put Edgar. I'm gonna heal Bannon because he got damaged a little bit, and I'm gonna save because Marathon. So putting Edgar in front row. So yeah, the Genji glove that we got earlier from Bannon. We put it on Edgar, so he has a pike and a sword, and we put it in front row because on this game, if your character is in front row, it does more damage, but it takes more physical damage. It's kind of like a mechanic in every Final Fantasy, really. And we're basically gonna use Edgar as a powerhouse for this fight.
This is Ultros. He's like probably one of the more iconic non-main villains in this game and probably in the entire series, really. People have a pretty strong fondness for Ultros. It's a pretty solid fight. You just kind of have to be a little bit cautious and just keep your eye on Bannon's HP. And if you're lucky, you can get a cool Terra limit break kind of.
I'm trying to go for it.
It's pretty sweet when you get it, but I don't honestly know fully how the limits work in this game. It's kind of like, isn't it kind of like a desperation move sort of thing?
I can explain. It's basically when the character is like in critical HP, and the battle is I think it's 16 seconds. After 16 seconds, the battle is started. And you cast an attack, and the character is in critical mode. There's a what is the chance? I forgot actually. What's the percentage of getting that desperation attack? But there's a chance to like. It's basically like the limit break for my Final Fantasy 7, but it's not really well implemented in this game yet. They did a better job in FF7 for sure, but in this game, it's kind of like a secret stuff. Like most people play this casually and they're getting a desperation attack and they don't even know what happened because the guy is already dead and it's like flashing. It's like what? So but yeah, I tried to bait for that desperation attack there from Terra, so I did the fire, which makes the Ultros counter attacker with the Nink, and that puts her like a certain way to bait basically. So after the tentacle, she's like in critical health or she's dead. So just use an attack and try to go for it.
This next series of segments, I believe, is unique to FF6. Like I've played all of them but 2, and off the top of my head, I can't think of any other game where you have the option to pick between several parties scenarios and which one to do first. Your parties are often split up in these games, but in 6 you get to choose which scenario you follow. As far as I know, it doesn't really matter which one you do. I guess, I don't know. Is there any benefit?
It does. The reason I do Sabin first is for the smoke bomb.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Terra lock doesn't really matter other than menuing. But Sabin first because you're getting the smoke bombs earlier. Yeah.
So now we've got Shadow in our party. We saw him earlier, but we didn't know who he was yet, and now he's chilling with us. He's pretty sweet in battle for this scenario also.
And I did some weird movement on the overworld here. I basically enforced an encounter before the forest. The reason is, first, the encounters in the forest are a lot more scary than the overworld ones, and I'm getting a single pack if I get an encounter on outside of the forest, so it's a lot better. So so yeah, again, renaming Shadow, show the name. Usually it should be one character, but it depends on my mentioning, I guess. So yeah, I don't think there's another Final Fantasy where teams are spread out like that. Maybe 9.
Yeah, not that you get to choose.
Yeah, like the Pandemonia, is that the sequence where Eiko is like alone lighting torches and stuff like that? I forgot.
There's a couple of parts where you split up in parties, but the order in which you do them is forced. So like you split up a party at that part in 9, but you don't get to like pick which one you do first.
So this fight is kind of like a tutorial to show you the retort. Hold on. I know the menu, but I'm just reading my notes just to make sure that it's correct. So putting the battle speed to 1 just to have the enemy attack faster, because I want this fight to be over faster, basically. So I'm casting retort, which is the attack number 2. The attack Scion, retort, counterattack, GG, we're going on. And I got the black belt, so black belt is like a 7 out of the 8 chance of dropping. The rare drop on this battle is a Phoenix Down, which I don't want. The reason is the black belt sells for a lot more money, and I don't need the Phoenix Down. I can just buy them. So like, you will think that the rare drop will be the one more desirable, but like a Phoenix Down, is that even a rare item? Like, you can buy them in the shop. Like I prefer, like, by far the black belt. So but the route I'm using is not. If I would have got the Phoenix Down, that wouldn't really matter, since it's based around not getting it, but better having it.
So if there was any question at all about exactly how much of a douchebag Kefka was, despite all of the early signs that we've got in his characterization, this part of the game is the one that really solidifies him as the biggest scumbag in the entire game.
Yeah.
This part really drives home the fact that Kefka is like very clearly trying to advance things in favor of his own interests, because he even like has a complete disregard for his own soldiers, which I think is a pretty important moment to like consider what Kefka's, focused on and after in the game.
And one interesting, well, you can see, like, if you remember, I was on the battle speed 1, which makes the enemy ATB faster. But you're probably like, why did I not put ATB 6 yet? Well, the reason is because in this game, the sprite for Kefka is considered as a party member, not as an enemy. So the ATB is not impacted. Speed, everyone front row. Unequip that, equip that, optimum, full health, don't really need. So putting everyone in front row because more damage. I can one-shot these guards, the one on the front. And the one in the back, I can just use a blitz. And I'm just gonna throw this airland set. No Frankenstein, unfortunately. So I can sell that airline set, but I would need to wait for another turn from Saban to kill the other guy. That's the problem. Or if I get lucky, getting the Franker Z out of Shadow, but that didn't happen, unfortunately.
I'm getting a really bad thunderstorm, so if I just like dip out, it's probably just because my power's out. Yeah, just a heads up.
So as you can see, Kefka just basically poisoned the water. Or
Looks
is it?
fine.
Or is it? Is that poison?
I like how the people that are nowhere near the water and like
Yeah,
dropping.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like there's vapes. And apparently everybody's dead, and even the king of the king of the castle. So one thing that sucks about, well, I guess Cyan's a cool character on his own. Like every character on this game is unique, and like are basically good in a certain way. But the problem with Cyan is he is old, and like he is harder to like in the game. It's harder to run away. Like Cyan is like the last person who's gonna run away from any fight. Um, because like I mentioned at the start, there's a value that's attached to each character in the game. If it's gonna be faster or slower to run away from a battle. So Locke is like up there because he has a thief, so he has to run away, right? And some people like Bannon, which are obviously old, are gonna they're gonna take forever to run away from a battle. So what I want here is actually not a dispatch, so it's just regular attack from Cyan. I cannot control Cyan right now, so he's basically frustrated that everybody's dead in this castle, so he can do whatever he wants. So what you want is basically a physical attack because he can one-shot from that. So dispatch is basically losing time, but there's nothing I can do about it. So I like that. That time is just what I want.
I really like the continuity of this game. How you you approach and the enemies are on the right, and you enter battle and the enemies are on the left. It's pretty sweet.
Gonna kill it.
Kind of close, but not quite.
Yeah, the best case scenario for that battle is basically Cyan physically attack one of the guard in front, Shadow physically attack, and you just finish the guard in the back with an Aura Bolt with Saban. But then again, it's RNG, it depends on what Cyan decides to do. So we're back on Magitech. Like at the start of the game, we got the Magitech from, like, if you remember, Terra had a lot of like the menu was full basically from the Magitech menu. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury with these Magitech server. I don't know why. I guess they didn't want us to be overpowered or have fun. I guess. So we only have like Fire Bolt and Ice Beam and Heal Force compared to Terra, where she had like everything. So these fights are pretty much like attack with a beam, and it's pretty much they're gonna die. I'm choosing different colors of beam for swag. It doesn't matter for time or anything like that.
There's
You
no
know-
swag. What's the point in even running the game, though?
The only thing that's gonna save time is I can like use an attack based on where the enemy is. So if like the enemy is on the top of the screen, I will favor. I don't think I targeted the bottom run. Like the character has to move like a certain distance. So if like the Magitech that's on the top, it's more better to cast bolt on fire or the bolt from Sabin because he has to travel less. But it's like at the same time you have to swap party members, so it's like at this point it doesn't matter. But that's something that you can do. And again, I'm walking in a certain way. Certain encounter tiles that aren't in the overworld that don't have any encounters. So I'm just abusing that. And like I said earlier, Cyan is slow and is old, so he's gonna be the last to run away every time.
He's an old bag.
Yeah.
He just gets tuckered out easy, that's all.
You could even say that he's a boomer.
He's
Oof.
definitely
Oof.
a boomer. He
Oof.
doesn't even know about Pong the next level. He's too busy playing his Atari Pong. Like a freaking boomer Pong, dude.
Man.
There's no world records in that.
Pong the next level, though. Did you guys know that Muttski is a Pong god?
Pong
Oh baby.
God. When Sabin asked me about joining him for his Voidathon run, I was just praying to God he was playing Pong and,
Oh,
kind of
dang.
let down that it was this.
Maybe next
Yeah.
year.
Next year for sure.
Next year, I mean, we might even have a 4-way race with Pong the next level.
There's gonna be so much Pong, so many gold bars. It's
Oh,
gonna be
dude.
out of this world.
Yeah. Over 200, in fact.
So yeah, we passed we went into this this forest and we found this this spooky train that's out of nowhere. So we decided to get in there, and apparently it's spooky, and there's ghosts in there, and we're going places where we don't want to go, and we want to get out. That's that's the thing. So each card has ghosts on the map. So the best scenario is to not get like stuck. And I'm not trying to get around them that much because I'm still on step route, so I'm just trying to minimize the movement. And I forced an encounter at the end here. Because if I get this encounter outside, it's like 3 bombs, and it's not great to get. Bombs are like the scariest encounter in this area. So the gas blaze, which is like a Neo-y. They attack everybody with that, and it's not good. Is there a suplex incentive? Oh yes.
This part's pretty sweet. You get to see your characters jump irrationally long distances in the same direction that this speeding train is going, with seemingly no problem at all, which is pretty cool. And then proceed to the
I never thought
That's
about
part
that.
of
Like
it.
you going,
Yeah,
yeah.
dude, every time I play this, I'm like, they're jumping the direction the train is also going.
That's like twice as harder.
Yeah, I find that less believable than the fact that there are ghosts on the train, to be completely honest. Yeah, I know, exactly. We've seen Cyan's running ability too. He's freaking slow as molasses. So
Running away from these encounters, I don't try to kill anything from the train first because they take a long time, and I don't really need it. And then again, I'm trying to make sure to not move like around the ghost. I'm just waiting. So as you can see, I get a single bomb, which is like what I want. Getting these earrings for more DPS. Single bomb again. Ideally, I want Cyan to die, because as you can see, he's always behind, so it takes forever to run away. And it's if it is dead, you don't have to wait for him anymore. So it's time. So yeah, I don't get bad RNG here.
yeah, this fight's really, really difficult. But if you swag it out, it's super, super easy after.
Yep.
So you just drop the hammer on him with a suplex, and now the fight's free. But if you don't do that, the fight is like damn near impossible.
Yeah, if you don't suplex the train, you cannot use a Phoenix down on it. It's the law.
Yep.
He just spits the Phoenix down and right it back at you, and it's just a waste.
So this boss is actually undead. There's on multiple Final Fantasies, if there's boss, there's always like a certain boss where it's like undead and can be one shot, with like the equivalent of Phoenix Down or something like that. But and like the train itself is undead, and you can be killed with a Phoenix Down. And there's actually 3 items you can one shot this guy, or the train. There's a Phoenix Down. There's an if you have an elixir, you can kill it with that as well. And if you have a Revivify, that works too. Um, so, but then again, it's like I have a Phoenix Down, so I get Phoenix Down naturally. So I use that, but I could use like uh, I could search a clock and get an elixir and use that on the train as well. So
Now we get this really heart wrenching cutscene in which we see Cyan's loved ones boarding the train.
basically, the story is the train is like a train where it it try I don't know the word. I guess travel the dead people to the other world, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
One day Ganon will be on there, don't worry. Ganon's tower incoming.
Earrings through night. And so there's like a timer you have to there's a in the timer in the game to have to deplete in order to make the cutscene go forward. So I'm just doing nothing right now, but
Yeah, it just like slowly fades to black on this scene after some time passes.
yeah. Empty. Saving here because I can actually die on this fight if I'm not careful. Well, if I mess up the glitch, which can happen. I basically stripped out Cyan's equipment and not the sword. I let the sword on because this fight I'm actually gonna set up a glitch. There's a famous glitch in this game called the reverse. Like it's Psycho Cyan. So I'm actually gonna set up the glitch in order for me to skip the battle. So I'm gonna kill one because it's gonna be faster. Gonna DPS Cyan over time. He's not in critical, so I should be doing that. Hell yeah. I'm gonna wait until that. I'm gonna use a Phoenix down. And I equip the True Knight. A True Knight is basically if someone is in critical, the guy who's wearing the True Knight is gonna take the hit instead. Use Retort. And I use Suplex here. And what happens is, so the fact that it's missing, basically setting up the Psycho Cyan glitch by using Retort and all that, and using Phoenix down. What happens is, when you do a suplex, like the Retort is gonna trigger every time you use a physical attack, basically. But on this part, I use a suplex, which is a physical attack as well, but it's missing, which still triggers the Retort glitch, a Retort counterattack. And in this game, for some reason, if an enemy is being killed by a Retort counterattack, the death animation or whatever happens after that enemy is dead doesn't trigger. But in this case, I kill it with a counterattack Retort, and the boss is supposed to spawn after that. But because of the glitch of the counterattack Retort glitch that happened, it doesn't trigger, so the boss just finishes like that. So here I'm gonna get a pincer. I'm still on step route, but that pincer is actually part of the battle. I guess the encounter itself. This encounter in particular is part of the first, like from the very beginning, basically, when you're with Terra and Wedge and Biggs. So this encounter right here is actually enforced as a pincer. So it's not because bad RNG or anything like that, but it just happens. But this battle can be one shot, right? Use a physical attack and it can be one shot.
I'd say there's so many bangers in this game too, and this is definitely such a groovy jam.
Yeah. I saw that. Dirk, Black Belt. Do I have anything else? No. Oops. That. So I'm buying the dried meat here because I need it to get our next party member, which I will hopefully get if I don't get owned by RNG. Hey. So the way Gao works, to make Gao appear, you need to not be like, you need to be basically on the not getting a pincer or side attack or anything like that, because I guess it messes up the cutscene. And there's a 5 out of 8 chance of Gao to actually appear. And there's like, based on the step route, there's like two encounters that are one enemy, so they're actually very good. So there's like 2 chance of a 5 out of 8 chance to a Gao appear. And if I fail those 2, I basically have to force the 3rd encounter, and the 3rd encounter is like a 4-pack encounter, which takes forever to kill. And yeah.
If you thought the science behind the traveling on board the train was questionable at best, you should wait until you see how they travel in the water here. It's even better. It's out of this world. It's like straight out of Finding Nemo riding the East Australian current.
I actually like that comparison.
Dude, that's like what it makes me think of whenever I see it. Like they just hop in the ocean and just ride the current to their destination.
Yep.
And like hit up some caves along the way, dude. Oh, by the way, this is my favorite song in the game, the Spinach Rag. So jam out to that.
I actually like it that much though. I feel like there's better sounds.
There probably is. I just think this song is so catchy. Do you remember when I streamed myself? I was like forcing myself to learn how to play this on piano that one time.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. We got our boy Gao, and we're gonna get a second encounter here, and it's gonna be a 1-pack. But fortunately, we already have Gao, so we don't actually need to kill it. I'm gonna say before the cave, just in case I'm getting Aqua Rake, which can happen. So unfortunately, the encounters in this the Serpent Trench are not actually manipulable. They're based on, if I remember correctly, based on the frame you enter the next screen, not this screen, but the next one, and it's not part of the step route. So I can actually get this. I can get pincered and I can get stuff like that, but there's one encounter at the first one. Like the first encounter is very important because this one has a chance to get a single angry form. So the single angry form in the game's AI for that enemy, if that enemy is alone, he can cast Aqua Rake, which is an AoE spell that does a lot of damage to my party. So I don't want that, but I cannot manipulate that encounter not happening, so...
This just looks so incredibly irresponsible and dangerous, like on a lot of levels. Like,
Yeah.
let's just jump into these rapids here and hope for the best. At least we've got this helmet.
The better question is how the three party members here are able to fit into that, like whatever it is, like the ball or whatever that makes them brief, I guess. I don't know.
They make Gal look so scared and afraid, but like Gal's just being rational. His survival sense is just kicking in.
I love this music too. That's the comfy music. So we're gonna run away from all these encounters. We're gonna get 4. Like I mentioned, the first one is the scary one because the single link form we already passed that. So we're going right, and then after that we're going left. Left, right. Well, the first part is like you have to go there, but the second part, if you go right, you get into a cave where you have to do like I guess a puzzle, you can call it, but that takes a lot of time to go to navigate, and you skip an encounter, but it's just faster to go left, getting one more encounter and just getting the things done faster. Wow.
Cyan's also the slowest swimmer, to be fair. Gowl is like Michael Phelps Jr., and Cyan is like that kid you took swim lessons with at the YMCA when you were a child and never got better.
And as you can see, like the fact that Cyan is so slow to run away.
He got KO'd before he got to run away.
He got
What
stopped.
a guy.
He got stopped, which is a spell that stops the ATB or any action. So he was stuck there basically. So
Yeah.
like having Cyan dead there doesn't do anything. It's just funny, but it saves time. But at this point, we're already out of the trench. So
They just leave his corpse in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
yeah, he's getting revived by the story, like later on. So don't worry about it. We don't need him alive. That's the point. I'm gonna do some shopping here. Magus. I'm gonna buy 3 echo screens, 3 green cherries, and a stack of that. Magus at because it boosts magic attack, and echo screen and green cherry is for later. We'll get to that point eventually. Streamer, are you going to do the second river manip? No, GP. I feel like the second river manipulation is viable in JP only, Japanese version only, because how many times resetting the console, the game itself, takes a long time. So I'm choosing lock here. Not really. It's minimal, I guess. Well, I guess I have a reason. It's because I will try to do the skip and explain that move to the second slot. This is important for the encounter that we'll get in the cave. And I'm skipping basically the whole scenario here where you have to rescue Celeste and all that. Should probably put I'm gonna save here just in case. I'm gonna save everywhere I can possibly die, which is a lot of places. I forgot what I was trying to explain really. I don't know. Oh yeah, because why I choose lock scenario first is because it sounds silly, but after you finish the Terra scenario, the music, the Nourish music, keeps going after you finish all 3 scenarios. So like the music doesn't loop or doesn't restart. So that's like the only reason. But there's no preference between Lock and Terra at this point. Like the reason we chose Saban first is for getting the small bombs. But past that, it's basically preference or minor menuing differences every now and then. Depends on the category. So we're getting that Thunder Rod here. In this game, there's I guess it's not really known, but like the first time you get into this cave with the auto crossbow and all that, chests has an item in it. But if you don't loot the chest, they transform into something else later on. So I don't know what if I get the Thunder Rod chest earlier, that would have been a different item. But because I didn't loot it, it transformed into a Thunder Rod.
Yeah, they evolve kind of.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it's a thing. There's a couple of places in the game where it's like that. So if you go with like Edgar, basically the Sparty, Edgar, Terra, and Locke, try to loot that chest, it's not gonna be a Thunder Rod, unfortunately. So you have to leave it alone, go back later, and now it's gonna be a Thunder Rod with the lock scenario. Gonna do some inventory management while the smoke bomb animation is going. And like the first encounter on this river isn't forced, but the other two are. Okay, I got 3. So there's like 2 optional encounters. And like I explained earlier, the other 2s are based on the NPC movement. So we can manipulate that, like GP said on the chat. Like you can manipulate it by resetting the console, and you will be no in a. It's gonna be on a known state. But and on this scenario, it's basically run away from encounters, and there's no menuing at all. We just need to go through that as soon as possible. Because we bought 3 sprint shoes. So I don't actually have to unequip them from the other parties and stuff like that. Because right now I cannot like go back to Locke and try to unequip his equipment, so that's not something the game will allow me to do. So if I leave like the sprint shoes on one, like on Saban for example, and I don't have another pair, I'm basically screwed for this scenario. So, but because I bought 3 from South Figaro earlier, I don't have to worry about that.
When I played this game for the first time casually, this is the room that I realized that I'm a fucking idiot because it's so obvious what you're supposed to do. And it took entirely too long to realize what was going on. But yeah, if you take the path that Saban just took, you can save a little bit of movement there and kind of cut.
Yeah, the game basically shows you if you follow the sparkling thingy, it's basically you follow the path and you're basically able to escape. But what I did is basically hit hit a certain tile and it triggers whatever like the circle, the circle thing that's happening, and you just basically hold A and you're basically able to clear it out. Usually what happens if you don't hit the one that's a different color, you get an encounter and you being put back at the start of the I guess it's a puzzle. And here I'm just running away. I can probably save some smoke bombs by casting auto crossbow, but probably gonna get another encounter here. Yeah. I'm gonna try to save a smoke bomb just by auto crossbow. I don't need the XP or the money, it's just saving a smoke bomb. And the reason, like I explained, like the reason I do Terra Scenario last, if you listen to the music will keep going after the screen. It's not gonna reset. That's my only reason. Like it keeps going. So that's a good enough reason for me. So yeah, we done. We did the 3 scenarios. Everybody's gathered around Narsh, which is again like a part of the resistance, like the returners group. So and as you can see, you remember that we never actually got Celeste from the Terra Luck scenario, right? And we got a Moogle right now. And the reason for that is in the game, there's like a table which each character is being slotted in. And Celeste, like every time there's a character, it's like it's on its own cell basically. There's a table and every character has a slot. And during the first part of the game where Terra falls down and there's like the Locke gets cornered by the Marshal and the Muggles are arriving, the game puts Muggle in everybody each puts a Muggle in each of these slots, and but the game doesn't remove the Muggle after that, so it just leaves it like that. So there's a Muggle in the Celeste slot, and it's there forever until you recruit Celeste. But the game expects you to get Celeste eventually because you cannot get out of South Figaro without clipping, basically. So what ends up happening is the Moogle stays there. So it's basically the same Moogle from the scenario earlier with all the Moogles and all that from the Marshal. And unfortunately, this Moogle is very, very bad. Like it's very slow, cannot be equipped with anything, doesn't use magic or anything like that. So we're getting Celeste, we're getting this Moogle, but there's certain categories where you actually want Celeste if you go to the World of Ruin, for example. I'm gonna save here. So again, crap, select yes, should I select no? Party, that.
So this will operate very much like the mini game that you saw earlier, where Sabin will be manipulating some movement around in order to avoid contact with the battles that you would otherwise fight when you're adjacent to the enemies, so that he can get to Kefka as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this is kind of like the same idea as the Marshal fight from earlier in the game, but this time we have Kefka, and we have a lot more enemies. And it's not really a tutorial anymore. You have to actually be good at this on casual. But there's a way we can walk around these NPCs and basically do none of that stuff and go straight to the bottom of the screen and fight the boss right away.
I thought this was fairly hard casually, yeah.
Yeah.
I would be really surprised if you figured out how to avoid them all casually, for sure. But yeah, you have to probably fight quite a few of them.
I got an encounter here. I'm not supposed to get that rider, but I guess I'm gonna kill it. But sometimes, if you're bad, that can happen, but I'm just gonna kill it, no problem. You can go straight to Kefka if you just follow the path. We're just gonna kill this rider here and go straight to Kefka after. Also, Edgar being back row is not great. I want him in front row, but whatever. The rider DLC, exactly, GP. I'm gonna do a little bit more weight, ATB weight here, weight tricking. more than usual. Just make sure that he doesn't like the goal here is basically to not have Kefka get his second turn or third turn. That's fine. Bosses doesn't give EXP, they only give magic points, which allows you to learn magic later on. So having someone dead doesn't matter, as long as you live as a whole. So I messed up this fight. I messed up a blitz. But yeah. Like on turn 3, the problem with this fight is you're supposed to like this fight is basically you need to have Celeste in your party fighting Kefka, because I guess the developer wanted you to bring Celeste into this fight because Celeste has a unique ability called Runic, which absorbs any magic being spelled on the battlefield and transform that damage into basically MP restoration. I think that's MP or HP. I think it's MP. I'm not sure about that. But you're supposed to bring Celeste into Kefka fight because Kefka is casting a lot of spells, and you can just use Celeste Runics to make him like very easy. But we don't have Celeste, so we have to kill it, like basically kill Kefka before he is able to cast those nasty spells. And he casted Bolt, which is like the third turn, and he can cast like Ice 2 on everybody and stuff like that, which is nasty. But fortunately, he just gets casted Bolt on one person. So
these cutscenes are pretty entertaining with Celeste the Moogle.
yeah, it's actually like basically the Moogle is called Kutan, Kutan, and I don't know if there's fans of the ALTTP randomizer in the chat, but there's a sprite in the rando. Like when you generate a seed, you can select Celeste as your sprite. And when you go into the Dark World without the Moon Pearl, Celeste transforms into a Moogle. And the reason for that is for this route is because the creator of the sprite, which is, I think it's DJT Fahart, which is like an RPG member of the community for the RPG speedrunning, and she basically like made the sprite like that because of FF6 and the Kutan. So on LTTP randomizer, if you look it up, if you want to try it out, like generate a seed with just like Celeste as a sprite and go to the Dark World without the Moon Pearl, and Celeste transform into Moogle, and this route is basically the reason why it's a thing.
Shoutouts to the weekly, by the way.
Le Weekly. So yeah, this is we defeated Kefka at Narsh. There's a category called Kefka at Narsh. The run would have ended after the boss, but we're gonna keep going. Saber, lock this guy. I'm putting Edgar on front because in this game, if you go to South Figaro, I think it's Figaro is definitely a thing, but South Figaro, I'm not entirely sure. I think it is, but you're getting a discount from shops if you're like the leader.
Yeah, if he's with you, they like sell everything at a discount rather than a premium without him.
Basically, the people of Figaro are like, well, you're the king, I won't charge you full price for my stuff, and they're giving us a discount. It's like 50% of the stuff. So
it's like going anywhere when you're a Pong god and you want to buy stuff. They just
exactly.
Want you to have it for free, basically.
Have you ever signed Pong cards or discs, Muttski?
Are you propositioning me? Do you want me to sign your copy of Pong?
If I had a Pong disc, I would have asked you to sign it already.
for a fan as big as you, I would not even charge.
Hell yeah. I'll remember this.
You can just tape it to your DKC2 poster. Staple it up.
Peace ring, hyper wrist. There's a wall ring somewhere. Just I'm selling stuff, doing some shopping because we have a discount, and we're gonna just abuse that, and we're gonna buy some stuff that we need. 5 tinctures. Stack of that. Stack of that. So I'm buying tinctures are for the sketch glitch later on, Phoenix down for survival, and remedies are gonna be used for grinding a little bit later on. And flash and drill are like they're basically an upgraded tool. Like auto crossbow is still decent at this point of the game, but you won't be able to one-shot enemies anymore, right? Like the enemies that have too much high HP. You won't be able to one-shot them anyway with flash and drill. Well, drill yes, but flash is like an AoE based on magic power that Edgar has, and drill is a physical attack. But it's single target only. So basically an AoE tool and a single target tool.
Drill is also one of the best attack animations in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, drill is pretty good. I will argue that it's better than chainsaw.
They're both pretty sweet. I prefer the drill also, but they're pretty good.
Yeah, I prefer drill too, because drill is like consistent damage, whereas like if you use chainsaw on a boss and you get the roll where it's like insta kill, then it doesn't do anything and you just wasted your turn.
That's exactly what I was going for.
Yep.
Back roll. That. Doing some menuing here. Energy Love, Armut. Should be empty, right? Yeah. I'm setting up. I'm basically equipping for the next boss. I'm gonna use basically the retort glitch that we used earlier, but we're gonna use a different way. Also, I'm slow on smoke bombs. Should probably start running away from some encounters. Oops. Buying a chocobo because the travel is very far, so you don't want to actually go to the next town. I guess it's a town, yeah, a spooky town, but. Shoutouts to Mode 7. So yeah, we're basically going straight to Zozo, which is like the next story trigger that we need to do. I'm gonna save before, because there's one encounter that's scary. I know I'm saying that every time, but I know this game for a little bit too much to know that stuff can happen. You know that one RNG that happened like every 10 years? Yeah, I know that one. I'm not taking a risk. That's what's basically.
Zozo's probably my favorite location in the game, honestly. I like the jams. got some cool gimmicks to it.
Zozo's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like this place. My only problem is, dude, I'll tell you a mistake I made when I was learning the speedrun of this game was I would forget to just talk to whoever to leave, and I would walk the whole way back to the beginning and then realize how far I had gone. Yeah.
There's a couple of cranes you can actually use that puts you back to a lower story, but yeah, I'm getting good luck, which is good because it saves me casting smoke bombs. I'm gonna get a smoke bomb on that one though. I'm running low, but I will eventually buy more soon, so it's not that big of a problem. And yeah, in this area, there's an encounter that's very scary. It's a single slam dancer. This one. So, if the enemy has a very good ATB at the start of the fight, the enemy has a chance to cast Fire 2 on everybody, and you have to actually revive people after that. So you have to make sure to use the smoke bombs ASAP. Getting the fire knuckles here. I'm gonna try to set up the glitch here. I'm gonna be focusing a little bit here. Wait. Oh, that's actually good. Gonna equip that. Where are my Phoenix Downs? There we are. Phoenix down. Gonna steal, and hopefully he will counterattack. Well, he's gonna counterattack. So I'm doing physical attacks. Should be dead soon. I'm just gonna regularly physically attack him. Should be dead, yeah. So again, the same idea as the other fight. I'm abusing the Psycho Saiyan glitch to do a lot of damage on the boss. On other categories, I usually have 2 earrings. Earrings are boosting the magic attack of the user, of the wearer. So V0oid is like a magic attack, believe it or not. Like the same thing as Horrible. So on other categories, you have 2 earrings because you do you do different stuff. And you can basically like skip the animation of having 2 guards in front of him, but that time you just basically use drill or physical attacks to finish him off. So I didn't look if I got the steal, but I will assume I got it. It's not required, but more money. And this is the first part in the game where you're being introduced to espers. Basically, what happens is the story. There was a ward of it's called the ward of Magi, where like 20 years ago, there was a war, and basically the Espers lost basically, and the magic in the world faded away. But the Espers never actually went away. They just hid into, like, it's called a cave, hidden behind a wall. And what happens is Terra is actually half human, half Esper. So that's why she can actually use, like, that's one of the reason she can use magic naturally, compared to Celeste, where she's being actually infused with magic stuff like Kefka.
Also, why she's pink right now.
Yeah, she basically switched to her second form.
Esper form, yeah. She's Super Saiyan, basically.
And Ramu here, which is one of the Espers, basically tells us that. And they're like, oh, we are against the use of magic and the use of the, like, basically we are basically against the Empire and all that, Kefka, the Emperor and all that. So they're like, oh, the Espers are basically giving us their power. So they're basically like transform. I guess they're transformed into stones. And this is like the first time where you actually able to use magic and learn magic on basically all the characters compared to just Terra or Celes. So
It's
we're gonna
this is kind of the point where the game kind of opens up, like how much you can customize your characters to, because you can kind of determine what abilities you want more or less
yeah.
whoever to learn, and kind of give whatever party you prefer to use, the loadouts that you want to be using casually.
And on this route in particular, we want to learn certain spells in a certain order on certain characters, so the magic route is actually super important for the sketch list later on. So I'm skipping that Esper because it's not useful ever. So
Which
we're
one is
picking
this?
up.
That Zone?
I'm skipping Kieran,
Kieran. Oh, yeah, okay.
which you learn Cure 1, Regen, like some cheap stuff that's not useful ever. And you're getting better Espers anyway later. And if you summon Kieran, Kieran actually is just casting Regen on all the party members, and Regen is not really great in the game, or any game. I don't think there's a Final Fantasy where Regen is actually good.
It's super useful in the FF9 run, actually. Might be the only one that I run that it's useful in, yeah. Because the ticks actually do heal you quite a bit of HP, unlike most games where they heal you like, a fraction of your total. You don't manipulate in FF9, it's just really useful, and the way that it operates during attack animations, especially longer ones, a couple of fights.
So going to do some menuing. So I want Siren on this guy. Sieben gets Trey. Everyone back row. And this one front row. And there we go. Shoutouts to Mogul on the overworld.
I do agree, Glenn. Zozo is one of my favorite tracks.
That's one of the reasons, like I said, it's my favorite location in the game, and this song definitely plays a really big part of that.
It's funny because I don't really care too much about Zozo as a location. Like, casually, it pissed me off because of the encounter rate, but
Yeah,
the song bops so hard.
I just found, trying to figure out the whole, people are lying, put the puzzles together thing. I found those really fun to mess with.
Right,
and kind of figure out. And so, like you said, the encounter rate and encounters that are in the area really suck. But
yeah.
I still quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, going around Zozo is like there's a different building you can go in, and I guess casually you have to figure that out. And on top of that, like getting encounters, and it's like, well,
Oh baby, my boy, rolling in.
Rolling in.
Muttski loves slots. He's a slots main.
I'm a filthy slots runner.
Gamble addict.
Degen, any and all of those mean basically the same thing as Pong God, to be honest. It's all, they're all the same name. This next location's also one of my favorites, just because it plays the Spanish rag. I think the longest in the entire game.
Yeah.
Oh baby, just listen to that.
Funny story is the song is not supposed to be that loud in this area. So there's a bug in the game where like when you enter, like when you're in this area, the sounds should be faded a little bit, like should be quieter because you're like outside of the opera, like the outside of the stage basically.
Yeah.
But the game
Doesn't it kind of mute it like a little bit at one point, like later?
Maybe when you're in the dress room?
Yeah, I thought it was like when you're in one of the rooms. I thought it kind of dulled out.
I guess we're about to
Yeah.
see, right? So.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. It's one of those things that like I don't remember fully.
But it's supposed to be quieter in this, but I guess the programmer forgot to put it by default. So you enter you enter the opera, it puts the music, but it doesn't put the flag where it should be, like a little bit quieter because you're like inside the walls. So you listen it loud, but it's supposed to be a little bit quieter. Like little funny story about that area. Alright, this is my pee break, so we'll be right back in 1 or 2 minutes. Feel free to.
Don't worry, I'll act out the play for you. I got this. You want to help out? You can help out if you'd like, Void.
Sure, maybe we'll see.
The West and the East. We're waging war. Draco, the West's great hero, thinks of his love, Maria. Is she safe? Is she waiting? I hope they have chocobos run across the stage in this at some point.
You called it.
Oh shit, thank God, man. I was worried that this play was gonna suck. I also, if you pay attention to the conductor, he's going like freaking ham right now.
He really is.
The conductor is really going ham.
I'm glad that you used exactly the same phrase that I used when you came back. Going ham. Going green ham.
Yo, shout outs to Greenham.
Shout outs to Green Ham. And so now Celeste is actually filling in for like a different actress who kind of looks like, obviously she looks like this other actress now. So that's going to be significant in a little while. Now Sabin just needs to successfully make sure that he completes the correct lyrics, but he didn't read the lyrics before he did this, so no promises.
We're just gonna guess what's gonna be the answer. I'm guessing like let's go for the first one. Right? Over the years, people force me to try to sing this, but I always refuse. So, like singing the opera is like an old FF6 meme for speedrun.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because back when Mr. MV was streaming FF6 speedrun, he always basically was singing this, but like super like crazy setup. Like he gave it his whole to the singing. So.
If you thought Celeste transforming into Kutan and back into Celeste was less impressive than the fact that Draco just transformed into a bouquet of flowers, I personally find that one a little more impressive.
Yeah, I can maybe explain why Kutan is sprite no Moogle. Well, basically because the game puts a new sprite on top of it, so it's like there's no Moogle sprite with a dress or something like that. So it's like the game forces that sprite onto the character, and unfortunately the Moogle doesn't come back. The sprite Moogle doesn't come back later because the game puts back the Celeste sprite, the normal Celeste sprites, back into the character. So it doesn't put back the Moogle sprite. So that's why but she's still Kutan, like down at the stats and equipment and all that stuff. She's still Kutan. She's still useless. But the sprite is not gonna be a Moogle anymore. She's gonna be Celeste. So that's the reason why it switched.
Well done, perfectly executed. Really, really proud of you. I was hooked from the opening.
Clappa.
Yeah, you get a clapper for that.
I was on the edge of my seat.
The conductor's actually never stopped either. He's been doing that the entire time.
Dude, the conductor is earning his paycheck for sure.
Well done, Q10. We're learning that basically Ultros is plotting an evil plan to drop, I guess, an Acme, whatever. Like, I don't know, it's an anvil.
An anvil, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like an anvil. Yeah, it is. It's like something straight out of Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, we need to stop Ultros. Well, this section here, it's part of the play, but the impresario learns about Ultros from the letter. So I love how before you showed the stream, the gameplay, there was like a message. What is your favorite Final Fantasy on top of the V0oidathon message?
I'm assuming yours is this.
Mine is this, yeah, but Final Fantasy VII is the second one.
They're both very good games, yeah.
This is the only one I played alongside FFT. So, I guess this one for me.
Like FFT is hard to put like what is your favorite Final Fantasy because it's so different. It's unique on its own.
Yeah, it's unique in its own. Like, it's like off series, so to speak.
Yeah. FF Tactics is really different for me because it's the one that when I play it on Twitch, everyone tries to tell me how to fucking play it.
Yeah, that's not just you. I think that's just the people.
I know.
Yep.
That's yeah, for sure.
I had the same for me.
Yeah, dude, you definitely don't know what to do. I'm positive.
Yeah.
So I got Pincer here. It's not great, but I casted Trey as an Esper, which confused all of them as a way to make sure I survive. So yeah. So I'm gonna kill 4 packs of rats here just to learn some spells. Learning sleep from Locke. This guy took a beating. And these rats are actually giving us a lot of magic points, like 3 for a quick encounter like that. It's actually pretty good. So it's a good resource of killing them, but the problem is you can get pincered, and there's you can get a 5 pack. A 5 pack
pincers are brutal.
Yeah. Like if you're getting a 5 pack encounter and it's a pincer, you have to use this just 3 Esper like 100%. Like this encounter right here is not really great, but we can manage. And this is why we killed the 2 pterodons on the river like way back before Ultros 1. Because Edgar is like a level 11, so it's easier to kill these rats. Learn sleep, and we can talk to this guy.
This is one of the best fights in the game, honestly. Like, even casually, this was a really cool fight on the stage.
It's a critically like a criminally underused music. That's the only time it's gonna play, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
There was a couple of unreleased music done by Nobuo back then. Uh, they are on YouTube somewhere. If you look at unreleased music for FF6, like FF4, FF5, FF6, FF7 have some as well, like unreleased tracks. It's pretty interesting to look it up.
I do not think this boss music plays during the dragon fight in Opera later on.
Nope.
I like how he jumps out of the water that's not on the stage too.
Yeah, what
Pretty,
water?
pretty dope.
I'm basically waiting, doing ATB manipulation here just to make sure Saban and Edgar gets 2 turns to be able to one-cycle this boss. The this Ultros in particular it's kind of weird. Every time, like, after a certain amount of ATB or certain attacks he does, he spawns like in different places on the battlefield, and its HP is like different. So it's like kind of like 2-3 bosses inside one. So you have to make sure that kill it fast. And also the first turn is he's doing a tentacle. If he casts tentacle on the left, he one-shots Saban. If he casts it on the right, it basically an AoE, basically targeting Edgar and Locke. Those two can survive, but having Saban die is actually pretty bad because he has the Fire Knuckle, which is a fire-based weapon, and Ultros is actually weak against that Fire Elemental spell. So you kind of want to have Saban live. I guess this is safe strat used by Japanese runners. Like, Japanese runners are using Battle Speed 1, and it's like a lot harder. They basically put Locke on the other side, so Saban cannot die if Ultros decides to use tentacles on the left side. I guess that's a safety strat you can do, but usually you don't have any problem. Just wait, ATB wait on this fight. And as you can see, the sprite of Celeste is actually back. So she's still a Moogle, like I mentioned, but the game, she was a sprite of actually like with a dress and all that, but the game puts back the usual sprite of that character instead of the Moogle, which makes sense because that would make sense in the casual play. Like, would transform the character into Moogle like for no reason. No, she cannot runic. She's basically a Moogle. Just attack, item, and very, very slow ATB. So and she cannot equip Espers, and you cannot equip anything on her. So other than the appearance, she's not a Celeste at all.
Debated over here. Coin toss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Setzer is like as you can see, he's like a gambler. He has an airship called the Blackjack. He has poker tables around his airship. He has this is basically the only airship that can fly in the world.
That we know of at this point.
Yes.
Setzer, in all reality, though, he kind of has like this like early stage story of just kind of being this very shallow degenerate that's like looking for some love interest, but he's actually got like a really, really solid but sad story, I guess.
We will never see. We won't see that story, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll not be in this run. I call this the Saban scene. This scene always makes me think of Saban because
I wonder
this
why.
is his avatar picture on literally every social media site and Discord.
I wanted to change that, but that's like I don't have another idea. I can use.
No,
my
you
code, I
can't.
guess.
You're. It's cemented. This is your
is your
profile
trademark
picture
now, yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Every time I would get to this part in the game, it always makes me think of you.
Buy 2 warp stone, smoke bombs. Buy 1 more, yes. Earrings, red shoes, running shoes. Get that. Oops. Okay. So I need the Edgar. Well, I needed Edgar to be front row. He's there by default anyway, but I want Edgar like entering. Like I'm doing basically an encounter manipulation based on what I have as a party. Once I enter the factory, the magic factory. So by having Edgar in the front row. And later on, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch Saban to front row at a certain point to manipulate some encounters. So I need to make sure it's Edgar. I never have to actually do it. Put Edgar in front row, but the party leader. But it's part of the setup. It just happens that I don't have to do anything for it. And this is where I got stuck like for a billion years as a kid because I couldn't read English and I couldn't make it past this part of the game because I didn't know what to do. And turns out you have to talk to the guy before the crate, behind the crate, and basically talk to the crate itself, and you can go into the factory. But good luck, 10 years old me not knowing English. Until your brother comes home and it's like, hey, you can do that. Oh. So Magitech Factory, there's a lot of cool stuff in that area. Lots of elemental weapons, lots of...
Yeah, there's some really good loot here.
Yeah, if you go around this area, there's a lot of good stuff. But we don't need that much. We don't need a lot of stuff from that area. So we're just gonna pick up this Thunderblade. There's a fire blade somewhere as well. There's a blizzard blade. There's gold armors, like good stuff in this area, like very good stuff. There's a dragon boots relic that you can sell for 6k gil. I think it's 6k, but I know it's a lot. But we don't need that stuff, so we're just gonna go straight to that area.
Kefka's just abusing the espers that he's got here.
Yeah, this area is basically the Magitech Factory. I guess it's a factory that absorbs the esper and use the magic at will. Like that's why you see like elemental swords in this area. It's because they probably like absorbed the espers and infuse the swords with like fire, thunder, and blizzard, stuff like that. I'm gonna save here because I can actually die, and that's not... I know I said that a lot, but I'm gonna continue to do so. I'm gonna do here... I'm gonna try to escape from that battle using an abuse. There's a flag in the game. I'm just gonna try to explain that a little bit after. I'm doing 5 attacks.
Kutan with the base 3 damage too.
Yeah.
Clutch. But yeah, you'll see Saban's going to attempt to escape from these battles. Normally Shiva would come and you'd have to fight both of them. but using this tech that he's using, he's actually going to be able to flee and ends the fight right away.
Yeah, what ends up happening is I do 5 attacks, and on the AI of the boss, after 5 attacks, the next attack will be transitioned to Shiva or Shiva to Ifrit. But during that, when the game transitions from one boss to another, there's a flag in the game. Basically, it's like a boss flag. So when the flag is applied to the battlefield, it doesn't allow me to run away. Like there's a certain enemies that does that, like ninjas or dogs from the start of the game and stuff like that. But when the transition happens, the flag is being removed. So the game unloads Ifrit, puts back Shiva, but when that's happening, the flag that prevents me from running away is being removed temporarily. And by holding LNR, the game checks if I can run away or I have to stay on the field. But if I hit if I hit the window where the flag is being removed and the game checks if I can run away or not, if the flag is removed, the game is gonna let me run away from that. So that's basically what's happening. So I'm putting this boss into sleep because he's kind of nasty, and I'm using magical attacks, which doesn't wake up the guy. So physical attacks are gonna wake up enemies or party members that are asleep, but not magic attacks. So I'm using Flash and Horrible, which are both magic attacks, and I can do damage that way without waking him up. I got a Rune Edge, that's more money. Also, I should have equipped Thunderblade on Edgar. Forgot about that. Thunderblade will be for more magic attack. But I forgot to do that. Just waiting a little bit here. Should be dead probably. Next attack. So yeah, in this game, after a certain amount of time, the game wakes you up naturally. I guess that's like a dog or something. I don't know exactly
It's a
what
mutt.
it is. Yeah, mutt, exactly.
Coming to do a little heel ski. Yeah. But yeah, that fight's super easy if you do the casting of sleep on him. Now you see there's a couple more espers here in little tubes. There's a Ponyta on the left. On the right, looks like a little Mewtwo looking thing, and now they're all stonies. It does. Is it actually a tapir? Because that's what it looks like now that you say that.
Someone look it up. I don't actually know what's that. That's not even an enemy. It's just there.
Yeah. And this is Uncle Sid. He is an absolute legend.
He is a banana.
His outfit was and still is to this day like one of the most incredible Final Fantasy sprites that's ever been created.
Yeah, basically Sid is not an engineer but a scientific from the Magitek factory, and he is not evil or anything. He works for the Empire, but he knows that like sucking the magic from the espers is not a good idea. It's bad. He has a moral basically, and he meets the basically those people that are trying to stop that.
His morality is way less questionable than the fact that he wears that outfit while he is slowly dying in bed.
By getting to the basically the espers are giving us their power basically. So we got 6 new espers to play around and learn new magic. Um, and we will need some of those spells for the sketch lich, and yeah, that's the sketch lich basically. And I'm gonna do some equips at the bottom of the elevator here. And remember that when I said like I needed Edgar to be in front row, not in front row, but the party leader for the encounter manipulation. The reason for that is for this section, the card section. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch party leader to Sabin, which gonna brings me more better encounters to learn spells. Uh, so if you don't do that, you're getting like not great encounters. You're getting more money, but less less magic points to get to learn magic. So and this is another fantastic use of the Mode 7 provided by the Nintendo Entertainment System, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
This is Minecart Madness.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. If you actually take a hit and then run straight off of the edge with Donkey Kong into the cart, you can then take another hit and you can jump out and just roll across the entire thing. And if you kill an enemy at the exact frame that you tap Y to roll, you can actually just fucking launch yourself across the entire line.
Yep.
I don't know what they were thinking when they did the section. Like it doesn't look good. So I don't know.
I'll tell you what they were thinking. They were thinking we need to make this game 1,000 times better. What does it need? The blurriest cutscene of all time is what it needs.
They made the SMRPG card like actually good, and this it's like, well,
yeah, like by comparison, the SMRPG minecart section is way better.
Yeah,
no, for sure, it definitely looks 1,000 times better. This was just their way of saying that they put this in the game that way. If you thought the rest of the graphics were shit, you played this section, and then when you got back to the regular part of the game, you didn't hate them as much for the remainder of your playthrough. So you just got plagued with this for a few minutes, and then you could go back to enjoy the rest.
For reason as a kid, I thought you could just go left and right because you see some tracks going left sometimes, and I thought you could just hold left or right to go different directions. But
I wish there was mushrooms that sped you up too.
So I'm getting these encounters. Those are very good for magic. So they're good for money too.
It kind of looks like when someone takes a screenshot of a SNES game and then uses MS Paint to like manually stretch it out like really large, and it's just the pixels are all just so blurry because they're way bigger than they're supposed to. This fight's actually a pretty cool fight too.
Yeah, the shot missed on the one of the claw.
Yeah, I saw the claw miss.
So I'm just gonna wait ATB. ATB. Well, more because shot when you cast shot is actually it's a petrify spell that it casts on everyone, and those claws can be killed with petrify basically, so we can do that, but it missed, so I actually have to do that. And the Aura Bolt is also... I guess I can do that. Yeah, the Aura Bolt is, the target is RNG, so I cannot force the Aura Bolt to hit the boss. Should be dead by now.
I seriously love that he puts a helmet on for the drill animation. It's so good, dude. He puts a hard hat on. Oh, I love it. It's seriously so. I love that. Makes me happy.
And the next boss is probably gonna be well, he's gonna be a Jokedum, so I will be able to one-shot the guy. What is program 17? What?
Hit yourself, apparently.
I don't know. I know they can confuse people, so... You can get a glitch called the River Smoke Bomb when you actually queue up a smoke bomb, but the enemy confuses you. And what ends up happening is the smoke bomb targets the enemies, and they just disappear, and you don't get any XP, and none of that, and the battle ends. That's pretty funny when that happens, but it's... The guy needs to hit you with a confuse, and you have to queue up a smoke bomb, which that doesn't happen often. So this is the first instance of using slots. Slots in well, I guess I can explain that when the cutscene hell will happen. I would have enough time. I just need to make sure that I don't mess this up before I start explaining. So I'm gonna use this Nico screen and try to one-shot basically the boss. Hopefully I don't get owned by physicals.
If you watch my FF7 runs, you'll understand why this is my favorite part of the entire sketch run. GG.
Yay. So what's happening is slots in FF6, like basically the game doesn't allow you to get 777 until like there's certain stuff that needs to happen. I guess that's the RNG, that the RNG needs to be set up correctly in order to the game to allow, in order for me to get 777 basically, because otherwise the game doesn't let me get 777. Like I tried to get the last 7 and it just skips over the I don't know, the bar or whatever, that was the next icon. So by doing a Nico screen, the thing is, in this like casting a Nico screen set up the RNG where the game allows me to get a 777 if I go for it. Because the RNG depends, the RNG that impacts the 777 or the slots is based on animation that's happening in the screen, like item animation, like if you use a potion or a phoenix down, like it that impacts the RNG. Certain stuff as well, like auto crossbow impacts it. I don't think any spells impacts it, but it's mostly item. So I'm using an echo screen, and the game allows me to get 777. And the game is actually very generous about letting me get the 7 for the second and the third one. You usually need to get the first one, and if your timing is like average, you can get the second and third one pretty easily with, like, you just need to practice it a little bit, and it's pretty straightforward. If I miss it though, there's a way for me to get back on track to be able to get 777, like to be able to get allow the game to get 777 again. It's like using a potion, fill slots, use an echo screen again, and try again. Like, but at this point, you're most likely gonna die from cranes because they cast spells and physical attacks, and you're like pincered. Yeah.
So now we have the best romance scene in all of Final Fantasy, in which you have this woman that looks a lot like Terra and this Esper who has magic powers, and they just do this little dance, and little sparkles come out of their feet, and when their sparkles touch each other, it creates a baby, and they name the baby Terra, and that's how the story starts.
This is how you make babies, chat. Remember this?
Yeah, you need sparkly feet and to do a little tango, or else it can't work.
Yep.
People thought the Honeybee Inn scenes in FF7 were a little racy, but they clearly missed out on this one in FF6, which is raunchy as it gets.
And this is basically how Terra is able to cast magic naturally. Madwin is an Esper, which is like magic-based character, magic-based person, I guess. I don't know what. Like he has magic in his bones, basically. And what's the girl's name? What's the mother's
Her
name?
name, she's called Madonna, which is
Madonna. And Madonna is like a human, so Terra. That's how Terra is like a half human, half Esper. And basically what happens is baby Terra is being captured by the Empire. So that's why she was in the Magitech armor at the start of the game. And
now they've all been blown out of the Esper world. And Gestalt kind of puts together what has gone down, takes the baby from Madonna, and now he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to use it. And then kills her mom. This game's got some deep cuts, all right?
we got babies, death, war, slavery.
And Psycho that poisons everybody, friend or foe.
Yeah.
It's rocks catch it on fire, dude. It's all this game's all over the place.
The world is wild.
My goodness.
And after we get after this cutscene, we have access to the airship, so the whole world is now open to us. What am I doing here? Okay, I need to swap. So we're getting those two. Get that. Optimum.
I was gonna say the same thing, Mutt.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I'm like, JP, come on. What a guy.
We have access to the airship. We have the whole the wall open to us. But we're gonna go straight to the next story trigger for this, because we don't really need to explore. We already know what we need to do. So. I guess when you play this game casually, eventually you're gonna hit Narsh, because when you hit the door at the front, there's like, hey, we want to meet you, and then you're being forced into this cutscene. So I guess eventually on casual you end up being there just by exploring naturally. I don't think the game tells you to go to Narsh.
Yeah, I don't know if it tells you either that that's where the next trigger is. They may have mentioned something about it during the cutscene where Terra wakes up, but I don't know if they actually do.
It's one of those things where I don't remember how to play this game or how this game casually works anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like when you play it and you're not reading the dialogue ever, you know,
Yeah.
it's easy to miss what they do and don't tell you to
Pick up this elixir just in case. So I don't need it, but it's free.
do. I like how everybody just hides elixirs in their freaking clock in this game.
It's like a thing. I don't know why, but
Yeah, but for real, like everywhere. If you check every clock in the game, you're gonna have like 20 elixirs when you finish.
I don't know if it's the case in FF7. I think it is.
Okay, Mad Mark says they mention that there's stuff going down in Narsh, and that's kind of like your hint
Yeah,
to go.
that's your like hint that you should go there to advance the story.
So you're saying I have to read that?
Maybe.
The savior. As a kid, I didn't know English, so I didn't know how this game worked at all. So
This area is pretty cool too. I like this area also.
might as well. Yeah, so I'm going here for two purpose. One, to advance the story, and for two, to grind not necessarily levels, but magic points to learn magic.
Magic, yeah. So Terra, as we mentioned earlier, when she gets certain levels, her and Celeste both learn different magic abilities. So, because of the ease of killing undead creatures here, Saban's gonna use a bunch of revivifies on enemies and then flee with Locke.
Actually, I don't.
So that
play
he
with
can-
Locke.
Oh, you don't even do that in this? Okay,
No.
okay. So you're just killing them and take it all. All right, that's cool, cool. So he's going to be killing these with revivifies, so he can get some levels on Terra, which will, in conjunction with the levels, give her more magic abilities that he's going to use.
Because I need to learn Remedy from Locke for this. Whoops, I got into the lava. Because I need Remedy from Locke, and I need like magic points on Terra as well. So the main goal is really to learn magic for this grind. I don't need the levels that much.
Yeah.
It helps a little bit, but I can make my way around it if I didn't have to do that. And I should have healed actually. Well, never mind.
The enemies are pretty nice here, too. If you throw revivifies on them and kill them, they can also all, for the most part, a lot of them drop revivifies, so they kind of replenish some of the ones.
Yeah. So what I want is really, three ings. They give me more magic points versus Zonbone. So yeah, should have healed before that, but so it's whatever.
Okay, Locke sucks. He can just chill for a bit.
Phoenix down. I'm gonna heal with the. It sucks because early on the grind you're like super low level, so it's very possible you have to heal at least once. Eventually you're gonna catch up, you're gonna get more levels and getting more HP. It's not gonna be a problem. But and if I don't, like, if for example I run out of Revivify, I can use Phoenix Down, for example, or an elixir or something.
Yeah,
like that.
any kind of curative item that would replenish life or full health.
Yeah, potions does damage, doesn't kill them. But
Yeah, it doesn't kill them, but if you really want to spam potions, I guess.
yeah.
Revivify is your cheapest and most efficient option.
Their purpose is if someone gets zombied, it's the only way to cure that.
Yeah, it's like a zombie. It removes the zombie status from your party members.
Yeah. But we can kill stuff with that as well.
Which is dope.
Usually I end up with level 16 on both, but luck died and I still need I missed out on magic points, so probably gonna need more. I'm getting revivified from these battles though, so maybe like I can keep going until back attack. So basically the two spells that I need to learn are Remedy and Imp. And I will be good to go for the Sketch Lich. Like the whole route from Zozo to the end is basically magic route. Because the Sketch Lich, the behavior of the Sketch Lich is based on the magic that you have in your inventory. And some other stuff as well, but primarily that. And if you messed up the magic route, it's pretty much GG. Look up where I'm at 78. Getting good encounters though, so that's good. At this point, probably Terra will learn Imp before. I'm gonna grind a little bit here. I have 5, so I can probably do 2 more. Don't really want to use Phoenix now, that's the thing. Worst case, I have a plan B anyway, so I guess I can use a Phoenix down to kill one if I get a 3 pack or something like that, because I don't have a use for remedies later on. Never mind, I got one. So let's just check. Unicorn. Okay, I should be good after this. After this next one, if I don't get 2 zombones, which are bad. I guess I'm gonna kill that. Whatever. Don't feel like spending more time doing this since I know a plan B anyway. Like farming an encounter that I don't know even if I'm gonna get. Let's just do that and move on. So this is the cave of the Espers. This is basically where the Espers are hiding, behind this door. Behind this door is basically the Esper world. And he's back.
Evil Clown is back.
There's two ways to end this. I guess it's not really a battle. It's just like a scripted thing. You can attack him, or you can use a smoke bomb. But using a smoke bomb is actually faster. So if you do a physical attack on Kefka, there's like text losses and stuff like that. It's like, oh, I'm hurt, and oh my god. And because Terra is like half human, half Esper, she is able to open the door to the Esper world. But the Espers are not really happy about that, so... just basically attacking the people.
I always like watching the sprites of the various Espers just kind of float across the screen in this, though. I thought it was pretty cool when I was younger. Unfortunately, a bunch of rocks fall in front of the gate after this. And they're obviously... you can't possibly move all those rocks, you know?
It's impossible.
I wonder...
Everyone knows that. When rocks fall in front of your path, it's game over. Like, just give up. Look how symmetrical these are, too. Let's look at that. There's no way you would ever get past that.
It's like a face.
Yeah, I always thought it was like
a
kind of
skull,
like a skull. Yeah.
I guess that's a side B, or I don't know. And we're gonna bail out of this by using a warp stone.
Yeah, I used the warp stone there, which warps you to the beginning or entrance of whatever area you were just in. Obviously, if you recall when he was entering there, it's kind of a long series of passageways, so the warp stone makes leaving considerably faster.
Yeah, after that cutscene, there's a door that's open up at the bottom of that screen that I was. That puts me back at the start of the dungeon, but it's just faster to use a warp stone anyway. And also it saves for getting encounters, so it's a win-win.
We're almost at the two best parts of the run. The next two segments, dude. You get to meet the best character, and then you get to do the greatest part in Final Fantasy VI, where you fight the same boss again. It's great.
I thought the best part was to watch cutscenes for 15 minutes straight.
I wasn't gonna give it away. I told you what this run was all about. If depending on what you liked, I didn't want to spoil.
Well, sorry, gamers.
I always get excited at this part whenever I watch people run it because I just leave, you know, go do stuff for a little while. Prepare a steak or whatever you want.
I'll be right back.
So doing some shopping a little bit here, just replenishing. I don't know why I'm selling that. I guess I'm just gonna follow the notes, I guess. 20 here. Buy a stack of smoke bombs. Gonna quit this airship that's wrecked by the Espers that were furious earlier, and we're just gonna buy a chocobo here to get to the destination quicker.
I actually really like the chocobo design in this game compared to a lot of them. Like, the difference between what they were able to do with the chocobo movement on 6 versus 5 is crazy good.
Yeah, they definitely went like above and beyond with the mode 7 shenanigans in this game. Maybe too much if you look at the card section, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
maybe
this
some
is, but
of
this is
it.
a good instance of mode 7 done well
Yeah.
in this game.
Yeah, for sure. It just kind of gives it more of a believable feel of, you know, actually traveling
Yeah.
on the chocobo. Whereas in like the previous games, it's just kind of like a generic. It just changes your sprite to a chocobo, and the world map is exactly the same. You know, you just move a little faster or whatever.
yeah. So this section right here, usually when you like on a normal speed run or like glitchless or no sketch or those categories, basically, what you want to do is like talk to guards and being able to get the charm bagel from that from the the banquet. But we don't need to do that in this category, so because by the time the charm bagel is useful, we're already pretty much done with the game. So, and we have more important things to do, like item inventory and setting up some stuff for the sketch list later on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill the guard that's outside for magic points. But other than that, I'm gonna do some equips and item management and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna go kill that magic thingy here. There's no fast way to kill that, but there's a timer that needs to be like depleted, so it's not a time waste to just cast fire 4 times instead of just like equipping an Esper or something like that. Like, you have to wait regardless, so might as well do whatever. I got eye damage also. I was able to kill. Okay, I got Imp. Just need Remedy, which I will probably fix later. So getting some chests here. I need those 2 items. Explosion is actually very, very important. Back guard is just, it helps. Is that this door? Yes. And I'm getting that Gale up in here. Magic Order. Gale in. Sprint shoes. Back guard. Running shoe. I guess at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So I'm gonna put the goggles at a specific spot in the inventory. I'm just gonna double check if I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay.
I referenced this in the Final Fantasy speedrun song, actually.
Yeah,
Your inventory. This is the thing that I did not at all understand the first time I ever saw someone run this category.
Put some stuff on the top. Tonic, Remedy, I don't need that. Remedy is gonna be soul potions, I guess. There. I'm just gonna put stuff together where I will sell ninja gear. I need to sell that. Earrings. True Knight, I don't need it anymore. Let's go with that. So there's a timer, I have to deplete it. Like usually you walk around, talk to guards and all that stuff to get the charm bangle, but don't need to do that here.
Not in this category.
Guess I could check my unicorn. Yeah, I need 1 MP. I guess I could just no, I don't. I could have just killed 1 guard, which will give me 1 MP, but I'm gonna do something else later. And for this, we basically mashed a. We don't actually need to pay attention to the questions. Just basically, like, the choices are just basically gonna make this cutscene faster. Not necessarily to have what we need, like have a charm mangle or whatever. So we don't really care about that. I could just like mash A and not paying attention at all and wouldn't matter, just lose time, but I'm just trying to. There's a couple of questions that I can answer that makes this faster a little bit. I'm choosing okay here just to make it like stop talking about stuff. Gonna keep talking. I'm gonna team up with my boy Leo, the green guy that's actually good.
General Leo is a gamer without a doubt.
Yes, absolutely. Gamer Leo. We just need to exit this area. So I'm gonna go. So for some reason in this, I guess that's not really a town, but that's that castle, I guess. If you go to the cafe, which is like a section of the castle, you can use a warp stone. If you cannot use a warp stone in this section, but for some reason in the cafe you can, and it saves a little bit of time just going there. Use a warp stone instead of walking out. If I had a menu, I would do that there, but I don't need in this category. So I'm gonna do some shopping here on this next town after I run away from these. So I need to sell some stuff, including some armor, which I need to do in order to have some stuff happen. That's the armor shop. Going here. Revivifies. Atlas armlet. Sell that. Bone buckle. Oops. That. My. Sell that as well, I guess. Don't have a armor. This. Guess I gotta sell that. What do I need? Bard's at. And wide dress. And I'm selling those stuff for those two piece of armor that I need, and for buying rods on Tomasa very shortly too. So General Kuten. And this part of the game is really notorious to be like having super long cutscenes. So like the whole Tomasa section, like the thing is with this route is um you need to recruit Realm, which is the character that you get after exiting Tomasa basically. But getting her, you need to get through all these first and foremost, unfortunately. Like if you would be able to get Realm early on, like without doing that, we will do it. But unfortunately, we have to go through all these cutscenes before. And surprisingly, even though like there's a route called No Sketch, which basically you don't do the sketch glitch, and you basically do the Tamasa skip. Go to like after the like when you go to the Esper cave, uh, you basically skip that portion up until the floating continent, and you go to the I was about to say the Dark World, but that's like Waterburn, freaking LTTP. And you go to the Dark World like that, and surprisingly, this is actually slower than doing all these cutscenes, recruiting Realm, and getting the sketch to the Dark World. Dark World, the
The World of
roller.
Ruin.
God damn it! So yeah, it's like a little bit slower doing the no sketch route, skipping Tamasa, than just using the sketch to go to the Dark World. Okay. I was about to say the Dark World for the third time. I'm not even kidding.
Just it's Ganon's tower. We already know.
Oh my god, then.
Do you have the Moon Pearl?
Yep. This is what happens when you play too much randomizer, folks.
Yeah, the randomizer corrupts your mind.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to we're skipping Tamasa, we go to the Dark World, we enter Ganon's tower, we kill Ganon, we win the game. That's FF6 in a nutshell. I was thinking about doing some stuff during these cutscenes, but I had some trouble setting up earlier. I had a technical difficulty before, like an hour before the run, so I was like, oh. So I didn't do anything else to try setting up other stuff while these cutscenes are happening. Usually people are talking about their day or what's going on or talking to the chat. So what's going on, chat? How are you doing?
What's poppin', gamers?
What's poppin'?
Have you enjoyed V0oidathon?
Gaming.
There's no gaming going on here.
It's definitely a 1.
Oh, yes. Lurking and jerking to V0oidathon. Whoa!
Rolling deep.
Rolling unfathomably deep. Thank you, sir, that guy.
bit of gameplay on the ship. Back to mashing. So I still need to remember I need to get an encounter to learn remedy for luck. So I need to do that after all this. I don't know how I can kill those encounters on the overworld though, so I'm not taking a risk. Yeah. Okay, I need to buy some rods here. I need rods for Ultros and the end of the game. Ice rod. Wow, I had enough for 7. Even 8. Could have bought 8 as well. I don't need money anymore, so I guess I should. Yeah, whatever. So this is the character. Strigo is like your classic blue mage. And when I explained earlier, the goggles actually do nothing. Like if you get that Simpsons reference, press 1. The goggles do nothing. It's actually real in this game, except that if Strigo gets blind, it doesn't. He cannot learn blue spells.
Realm Song is also one of my favorites. I love this song. It's nice and chill. Straight goes.
Yeah, the star of this route, basically.
Yep. So we've played up to this point over 3 hours of FF6 for this character right here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, K-Rob 16.
K-Rob 16 in the chat.
What
Whoa.
a legend! What a legend!
Man,
Legendary.
you don't
Called
see
out.
you don't see that account often.
They're so rare. I've only heard of them in the wild, but I never thought I'd see one for myself.
Yeah. It's like when you encounter a shiny Muttski in the wild, that's the K-Rob 16.
Yeah, exactly. The shiny Muttski.
I'm gonna grab this Phoenix down here for safety. I don't need it, but 1 GP per night. That's a steal. I mean, at this point, I'm gonna bring my old account from 2014 and on backwards. Twitch.
It's a Sabin FF6 run, just brought him out of his natural habitat.
Mm-hmm.
Hibernation.
I don't really need to save, but nah. So the house is on fire. Basically, this town, Tomasa, is kind of like a mage town. So nobody should know that people use magic, because magic is like technically banned, or I don't know. It's supposed to be gone from this world. But those guys in Tomasa, they're naturally born. I don't know if it's naturally. I guess they are, maybe. I don't think the plot explains it that well. But they're like, they can use magic. So they're not allowed to use magic in public. Like the elder basically says, "Hey, don't use the high spell and gets the firehouse, because it's like banned. You shouldn't be doing that." But it's like, hey, my like realm is in the house. I need to save her. So Strego is basically casting ice. I assume it's ice or water, I guess, on the house itself. And it doesn't really work out. So because there's rods in the house, that's probably like it's like a catalyst, or it's making the flames go bigger, or spreading
Spreading the
more.
fire, yeah.
So we're just gonna go in and try to save realm, and while trying to not getting the encounters, which is impossible because it's not really this house doesn't have random encounters. It's just that the encounters are basically those sprites. So I can move past like if they move and I move past them at the same time, I can skip them without getting the encounter like that. But I don't really have a control of that. And it's just faster to eat the encounter, and instead of just doing some crazy stuff to try to skip it. And we have enough smoke bombs as well to just go through that, so it's not a problem. Ah, okay, that was weird.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
You were,
That one
totally
was
inside that
trolling.
door, but...
Yeah, that one was a troll one.
Like dress, hero ring, spring shoes. I already have that. Rings, Galer pin, running shoes. No, spring shoes. Back row. Oh, I guess I will learn my remedy from that battle. Yeah. So I'm gonna use Morph here, which boosts the magic attack of Terra by a significant amount. And we're just gonna use the Thunder Rod, and we're gonna single target the Thunder Rod against the boss to find like the sphere, I guess. So we can one-shot the boss like that.
That was a lot of
The way-
damage.
Yes. I think it's twice that damage if you're on Morph. But the way Morph works in this game is it's not really a cooldown, it's just like when you do battles and you win and you gain magic points, like you see at the top of the screen, you'll gain 4 MP, which is magic points. So those points are for learning magic, and they're also giving like restoring the power of Morph to Terra as well. So over time, when you're fighting battles, she gets more MP, and the Morph gets that you can stay Morph longer. So that's on the Wall of Ruin, it works like that. But on the on the Wall of Balance, it works like that. But on the Wall of Ruin, she's like superpower, and she can like stay more for 10 years. So if I could like, I won't be able to have more for. I guess I would have to be. I don't think I can use more for Ultros the next battle. Because once it's being used once and you win the battle, you have to like win battles again to get some MPs and restore that power again. Well, now we just need to go to the Esper's gathering place, which is basically a cave where, like earlier, the Espers ran away from the cave where there's a big door. But they went into a place like there's a cave next to Tamasa, um, where all the Espers are gathering right now. So what we're doing is we're gonna go straight there to meet the Espers and try to make peace with them, like basically telling them that we're not evil, like we know the Emperor is not great, like they are evil and all that, and we're the returners basically, and we're against the Emperor, and if we work together, we'll like win against that. So
This is the best part of the entire game because Realm, who's the best character, plays with the Mutt, who is the second best character.
So you
They
can
become
pet the
friends.
dog in FF6.
Of course. And the dog can also show up in battle and eat your enemies.
Yep.
Interceptor's actually pretty OP, like really early in the game.
Yeah.
yeah, for some reason, Interceptor hates everybody except Realm, and Shadow is like, what? And Realm plays with the dog, and Interceptor is fine with her and all that stuff. It's like the only person in the world where the dog is not mad at somebody.
Whoa, we found a shiny pidge in the chat.
To be... Don't run. Shadow says woof. No, that's the dog. Rip. I'm stupid.
That's amazing, dude.
Listen.
No, there's no excuse. This is like your most played game of all time, maybe.
Hey man.
Hey, man. We're gonna fight Ultros. It's basically Ultros 4. Is that Ultros 4? No, it's Ultros 3. This is like the third instance we fight the your favorite character, and it's kind of like a tutorial for the sketch ability for Realm. Basically, the game Ultros tells you to. Basically, Ultros is asking Realm to draw him.
Like one of his French girls.
Yeah, and if you successfully sketch him, it ends the fight. But sketch is pretty bad as a... it fails a lot. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna throw Thunder Rod at him. Ultros is weak against fire and thunder, so... I'm surprised he survived that. Well, I guess doesn't matter. So it's just faster to spam Thunder Rods and hoping, like, compared to hoping Sketch hit, because Sketch has, like, it's pretty bad, like the hit rate on that. Like, he would not trigger the glitch if it missed. Like, if the Sketch glitch triggers if there's certain stuff that's on place plus the sketch misses, so I will not, like, the sketch just wouldn't happen if I do sketch right now. But like, there's a lot of playthroughs that I've seen around, like, sketching naturally just by doing nothing and the sketch glitch happens, but certain stuff needs to happen. God damn it, Griff. Exposing me like that. So I'm using Terra instead. Yeah. I have one more Thunder Rod for later. So we have Realm right now, but problem is we cannot go to the World of Ruin with being inside the cave. So unfortunately, we have to go into your favorite thing in the world. So there's some chests on the left and right that are only equipable or on Realm and Strigo, like Behemoth suit and stuff like that. I think there's a Behemoth suit. And cutscene.
So this is the best part of the run that me and Muttski have been talking about.
Yeah.
This
We
is-
didn't
this
mean
is-
to get you too hyped for it, but like, if your hype level was anything less than a 12 out of 10, it is about to go off the freaking chart.
This is the perfect time to host the channel right now. So please make sure you host the channel. This is the perfect time for FF6. Tamasa cutscene is like top tier hosting content.
Yeah. Close the channel and then go ahead and cook some dinner.
I think this cutscene is like 7 or 8 minutes. I think.
They use this part of the Final Fantasy VI as inspiration for what all of Final Fantasy X was going to be like from start to finish. They were like, let's just take this part of FF6, make it 10 hours long, and that'll be FF10. Dialogue.
FF10 is pretty bad though for cutscenes. Like,
yeah, there's
it's
so
not-
much.
Yeah, it's not better than FF6 far from it.
They're like, how can we spice it up? Oh, let's add really over the top voice acting too. It'll be
Yeah.
fantastic, and you can't skip it.
Like, I feel like FF7 has the same amount of cutscenes for FF6, but it's like spaced more better and the speedrun is longer. It's weird. I guess it's more.
I don't mind the amount of cutscenes in the 6 run, to be honest. Like even the glitchless run that has, obviously skips as little of the dialogue as possible. I really didn't find it like particularly like, I don't know, overabundant, I guess. Like I felt like it was kind of reasonable for how long the run was. Oh, there's your cuts. There's your raid. There you go. Welcome, raiders. You're just in time for the hypest of the hype.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
You have any hype emotes, this is your time to use them.
But to be fair, after this cutscene, this is where the shenanigans are starting, so...
Yep.
This is where, after this, we're just gonna break the game, warp our dick, and win the game, and stuff happening, and... It's fantastic. This is like the only instance as well where Leo is actually controllable and playable.
Yeah, I really liked this part. The first time I played this game, I thought the Leo scene was really cool.
I feel like it gives you hope. It's like it's a new character that's cool and everything, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get blindsided because the whole point of this part of the game is that all the Espers got jebaited into thinking that we should trust the Emperor and Kefka. It's gonna be fine, and then Kefka comes out and turns them all into Magicite. And while you're doing that, you get blindsided with Leo as being a new character, and then you realize that was the jebait all along.
yes,
The long con.
Debate is actually the correct word for it. Putting Leo in front row here because the thing with this game is I'm gonna do the swag strat a little bit, but in this game, um, once you confirm an attack, when you select fight, there's no casting time compared to like shock. Shock, when you confirm the shock attack, there's a casting time after that, and that alone is like, it makes casting shock slower than just attacking 4 times. So I'm just putting Leo in front row and casting fight, so that's gonna be faster. But for the fans, oh, he's not even dead. I'm gonna crest another time.
Double the swag, double the fun.
There's a very, very small chance of Leo dying there, but I've seen that happen once ever in a speedrun. Because Leo he has pretty good armor. He has like a Negus shield and like some OP stuff right now, so he can survive like a lot of attacks, but it's like if the RNG is very, very terrible, there's a chance Leo dies, and it's actually a game over, even though Leo is like a glorified cutscene basically, because
F in the chat for our boy Leo.
Or one out if you got him. Legend is gone. Also, shout outs to everybody else who's also a Leo. Good job. Good work having a good birthday.
And what sucks is you cannot steal the equipment from Leo. Like if you go into the menu, select equipment and select Leo, it's not working. It's just blocked. So even though he has very, very good equipment, you cannot actually steal it like the same way you would do with Mog at the start of the run. Which sucks, because if, like for example on glitch list, it would be actually very good. Like I forgot what's the equipment of Leo. I think it's the Negus shield, which is like you get that at the Kefka's tower, and some gold armor if I remember correctly. I forgot. He has also an offering. So the offering is basically attacking 4 times with the same weapon, and you get that very, very late actually in the game. Casually, you never go for it in speedrun because it's like out of the way. It's like a side quest.
Yeah, it's a really good item.
Yes, it's actually super great. So there's no way to actually steal the offering from Leo, unfortunately. So. And the reason, like, basically Leo shares the same character slot as Bannon earlier in the run. So if Bannon is like in back row from the Terra scenario at the early on, Leo is gonna be back row as well. So if Bannon is like back row, front row, you have to adjust with Leo later on. But having Bannon in front row is not really marathon safe, because if Bannon dies, it's like GG. So I'd rather just take the extra menu here to just put Leo in front row manually than having to risk Bannon die earlier. And I didn't check if Kefka actually blocked some spells, but like during that little battle, battle cutscene, he has actually a paladin shield. Paladin shield is like the most OP shield in the game. He absorbs everything, and it's like it's crazy good. So Kefka cannot actually die from spells. So I learned Remedy, so I should be fine on magic. I will check it again to be sure. But I don't think I need to farm an extra encounter. I think I'm good. Worst case scenario, if anything goes wrong, I have a save file where it's like the same spot but with the correct everything. But that should be a that should be a problem. One step back to cutscenes.
Heck yeah.
That's the real content I'm here for. So I'm glad that step was over as quick as it was.
More hype.
So what are we going? What we will be doing after this cutscene? We're actually gonna go to what it's called the Triangle Island. It's a place in the World of Balance where like there's certain encounters that we want. And it's also where we can go get our airship back in the World of Ruin after we warp. So that's why that's the reason we go there. So all the spells that I've learned, all the goggles that I put in a certain slot, it's all part of the plan basically. Because the sketch is dependent. The sketch list is like the behavior of the sketch list is based on the 28th magic spell, 28th magic spell, the spell that's on the 28th slot of the party leader of the battle, and it depends also on imp status and if you use a tincture or not on the party leader. So that's why I'm gonna cast imp, cleanse the imp, cast use tinctures and all that. So I'm selecting Edgar. So I'm selecting the floating continent option, but the game tells me, hey, you need to have 3 party members. You're not able to do that, but it's just faster to do the party swap there than going to the lower thing to do that. I need to do a menu here. Equip. Oops. Show. I should. Wow, I'm bad at this controller. Running shoes. I think I reset here to manipulate the next encounter, but I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah. That should do the trick. I'm on step route technically still, but I know what's gonna be the next encounter, so I need the next encounter to not be an insta-gear, which is the encounter I just got. Should be good. Yes. So I'm gonna do a certain sequence here. I'm gonna cast Phantom. Imp. Cherry. Another imp. Yes. Tincture 3. That happens. So the first sketch is to give me some items. So now I'm just trying to run away. So I get some items in my inventory now. So, but the game is like really broken right now. So what I'm gonna do is save and reset, because if I go into the airship like that without save and reset, like the ship is like shaking and like stuff aren't working properly. So I'm just gonna save and reset here, go back to the airship, and I need to swap my party members. And the items that I got from that first sketch, I'm getting the Mogul Charm, which is like at the very bottom of the inventory. And by selling the armors that I did earlier, what I'm gonna do is basically giving myself Mogul Charms on everyone. And you can see I got Mogul Charms on this, but it's not really possible to have Mogul Charms on like armor, right? So what ends up happening is there's a glitch in the Japanese version that called the equip anything glitch. If there's something at the very bottom of the inventory, like the last spot of the inventory, and you do an optimize, and the game, like for example, if you do an optimize and there's nothing to be put on the armor slot for that party member because there's no armor in the inventory, it's gonna put whatever it is at the very bottom of the inventory. So, but the inventory is the last spot in the inventory is actually blocked by the developer. The developer knew about the glitch when they released the US version, so they only block us to access that slot, but it's still in the RAM. But so by doing that sketch, we can just abuse that. I'm just gonna take it safe. Just do the. Imp on you. Cherry. Tincture. I didn't look if I was successfully. I guess I'm gonna roll with it. Imp. Green cherry. Like doing all this takes my full focus. That's the thing. Tincture. Another tincture. Oops. An elixir works as well. sketch. Okay. There we go. What I need? Like I had a lot of stuff right now, right?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff in there. Yeah.
Do that. Put that there. I need to put the X potion at the top. Very important. So I was able to equip the goggles, right? So what happens is, for this sketch, when the sketch is changing the item properties of the items. For this specific spot, what happens is the sketch modifies what the nature of the item is. The goggles is a runic that cannot be a weapon or a shield or whatever. Right? It's only a runic, right? But by doing this sketch in battle, what happens is the goggles become a weapon, and it's being equipable by certain party members. For this example, the lock. For this example, so I'm able to equip the goggles, and the goggles has a very interesting property for FF6. It allows us to cast magic that's not intended to be casted, and I will showcase that a little bit shortly. And what's happening here is, if you remember, if you play on casually, if you go to the Triangle Island, there's an enemy called the Landworm or something like that, and you get engulfed, and you go to the Go-Go Cavern, which I just exited. When you're getting engulfed, it is actually a status effect that's being flagged on the party members. So the sketch, what it's doing as well, in addition to the goggles being equipable, it flags the 3 party members being engulfed. And when the game, like, they're basically dead, they're all at 0 HP and all stone, right? But it didn't game over because the flag was up, and it just teleported me to that cave, which is like the Go-Go cave. And basically that's what happened. Lock, go, Trigo, Terra. So I'm currently distributing the party members that has Mogul Charm equipped right now. So there was 3 that I did earlier, and now I'm just putting them on each of the team. So I can go through all the Kefka's Tower without any encounter, basically.
Which is pretty great because this dungeon is really long and the enemies are a pain to deal with.
It is. It is, in my opinion, I think still maybe the most difficult final dungeon in any of the numbered Final Fantasy games I've played. FF3 has the problem with the FF3 final dungeon is that you don't have the ability to save, but I don't think that's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily just the dungeon that's hard, whereas in this game, like, I think the dungeon is just genuinely that hard from start to finish. A lot of the fights, like boss fights that you have along the way, are really tough.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up this force shield, I need some protection because I'm like level 16 or even lower, so I need some stuff to survive or not get owned, basically, by some of the bosses. And just gonna cruise through the tower, cruise through Ganon's tower. I did that on purpose.
Yeah, figured.
Yeah, sure, of course you did. Yeah, what's next? Do you have to fight Moldorm too here?
Force shield, bars armor, force shield, back row, back row, back row, running shoes. Also happens that I have a lot of running shoes, so I'm just gonna equip on everybody. And I'm gonna do a skip here that's called the Inferno skip. By abusing the fact that I can swap party members and doing some menuing in between, I'm able to skip basically the tile that's triggering the encounter. So I swap here, menu and swap, and I swap party member, and I hold the direction, and I can skip what's on the whatever the boss is. So it was Inferno, and I basically can skip that fight together by doing that. And I will be able to do that skip again on the conveyor that's coming up kind of shortly. Swap here. Nice marble shoes. Flame shield. Flame shield. Flame shield. Everyone. Running shoes. I just need to. So I'm equipping an Esper on these two guys. It's their only reason is not to learn spell. It's just to have the magic option in the battle available. Otherwise, it's just a blank spot. Cruise through the tower. We get to hear the music.
Song is fucking good.
I'm gonna go left here. Swap, move our girl. Gonna go right here. I'm just gonna kill one boss before doing what's up here. If I fail the Joker Doom, it's like I have to do this tower again, but the like the left boss is basically free. I don't have to menu. Yeah. So you will think that, but Sabin, you're so low level and you don't have anything to kill this boss. Gonna put magic slot 3.
Imagine using Joker Doom on Doom. So meta.
So you remember I had the goggles, right? But so I'm gonna attack with the goggles. I didn't get it. And I'm trying to do a menu merge. So I'm going into the magic menu, but the goggles. So as you can see, I selected magic, but I'm actually in the item menu right now. So I'm gonna select the top slot. And if you remember earlier, I put the X potion at the top of the inventory. And what happens is, the game thinks I'm casting a magic, but I'm actually in the item inventory. And I'm casting the X potion. And what happens is, Baba Breath and X potion share the same ID as a spell and an item. So I can actually spell that attack on bosses, and like the game doesn't expect me to have Baba Breath at all. Like in fact, it's not even like possible to use it. But by doing that, it's like the boss doesn't have any protection, I guess, against that attack. So also shoutouts to Magitek. And what I'm doing here is basically I'm using the Vanish Doom glitch. I'm using model on block, and I'm casting Phantom. I'm queuing the Phantom Spur, and it happens to be like it targets the enemy instead, because it's a friendly attack. And by using X for it's basically like a Vanish Doom that I'm doing. And having Magitek on, like, Terra being have access to the Magitek menu is the side effect of the glitch, the sketch glitch as well. in this boss, which basically your good old classic Jokudoom shenanigans. Go. And Setzer has a lot of force armor as well, so Setzer is the one that needs to survive because he has the slot item command, slot command. So Ram dying there doesn't matter. So or Cyan. I guess I'm gonna save everywhere because I'm like that. So I'm gonna skip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip the next boss, which is Poltergeist, and I'm gonna use the same trick again. So I'm gonna swap party member, hold up, swap party member, menu swap, and do that, and hold up, and I'm skipping basically the boss fight. I needed to menu here. Yeah. Do that. Gonna remove that. And Lock needs that good stuff. Force guard for summer. I don't know why I'm saving so much, but I just don't want to go overestimate. That's fine. But I have 20 minutes to go for.
I think you'll be fine.
You're banned. You're gonna be banned from V0oidathon forever.
Yeah.
For V0oidathon, estimates are merely suggestions.
So yeah, we're entering the Kefka fight. But you will ask me again, but Saban, are you gonna kill this very long boss that's taking forever with like level 15 characters that are not even good? Well, I have a surprise for you. The Baba Breath spell has another property as well. It allows to kill enemies one shot, basically all bosses one shot, but the Kefka fight is like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 in the final boss there, so there's no way to like you would think we just need to Baba Breath every tier and GG, right? Well, fortunately you're probably gonna die before going to phase 2, tier 2, so and for it just so happens that Baba Breath has a different property. When being casted, there's a flag in the game that removes the fact that you can game over. Because Baba Breath is a spell used by Pumbaba in the Roller Ruin. This is how you recruit Terra in the Roller Ruin. Like there's a fight where Pumbaba spell casts Baba Breath on your party and they're being knocked out of the battlefield and stuff like that. But when that being casted, you cannot actually game over. So if you use Baba Breath on yourself, on one of your party member, alive or dead, if they're getting knocked out of the battlefield with Baba Breath, you cannot game over. And it's just gonna go to the next cutscene logically in what's happening next. So, but the Kefka fight is basically a giant battle. So tier 1, 2, 3 and Kefka fight is just the same battle. So if you end the fight early on tier 1 and you flag the game to just not being able to game over, it's just gonna stuff happens. I'm trying to not reveal the punch, but you get the idea. So I'm gonna select the certain people. Yes, 2, 4, 6, 9, like people that are using the running shoes and have access to the menu selection. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm casting Baba Breath. And now the battle is flagged as if I die, I cannot game over. So I'm just gonna basically do that. Damn it, Locke!
He's too strong.
Locke
Yeah.
survived.
I just removed that, and I guess I'm gonna use the Thunder Flame on himself. GG.
Nice run.
Nice run.
Nice.
So this is what ends up happening. So by casting Baba Breath on myself, if I die, I cannot game over. It's just gonna proceed to the next cutscene logically after, and in this case, it's basically trigger the ending. But yeah, nice run. Not have a lot of complaints about that run, to be honest. Like everything went smoothly.
Honestly, like considering your like safety saves and whatnot, it really wasn't that much slower than your PB. To be
Yeah.
honest.
My PB is 4 years old at this point.
Yeah,
I
really.
wasn't as
Yeah.
good as with video games as now, so I can probably beat it. But it's like a fun run to bust out, and I like my motivation to show to play this route on V0oidathon is because I spoke to just a couple of people, and it seems that it lost its like people lost about that sketch run. So it's like it's a cool showcase, and it showcased the like what it can do, the glitch itself.
Yeah, I think that once glitchless started kind of becoming like super like more common and more popular, a lot of people started picking up that. But if you ever are interested in running this game and don't want to run that super long and just want to dip your toes in the FF6 speedrun, like this is probably the category for you. It's not particularly long comparatively. The skips and glitches that you saw like at the end there in Kafka's Tower with some practice are not particularly difficult.
Yeah, they look intimidating, but they're really
Yeah.
not that bad to pull off.
It's a really accessible run.
There's a lot of it's sparkly as a speed run, but towards the end, like not the cutscenes, but towards the end, there's a lot of stuff going on. I tried to explain the best of my ability while doing the stuff, but I probably missed out on explaining some stuff because it's like doing a sketch, go to equip Mogul Charm, go back to sketch. It's like back to back stuff that's hard to explain, like as I go through. So
3 aces, by the way.
He's a filthy cheater.
So yeah, that was FF6 sketch. I hope you guys liked it, and so yeah,
I did like it. Thank you so much, Seven, for doing this run.
no problem.
And thank you, Gamer Muttski, for commentating.
Yeah, thanks for yeah,
God.
Pong
Thank
God
you.
Muttski.
yeah, thank you for Muttski for being able to talk to me a little bit on the call, because I like sometimes during the cutscenes like don't really know what to talk about, and it's like having someone to talk. It's really nice, and he is my good friend Muttski, so might as well. He didn't make it to the V0oidathon.
We are friend status.
Friend
didn't get-
status.
You didn't submit Pong, so I was like, I need to bring Muttski to V0oidathon somehow. So,
Dude,
so
I
that-
didn't tell you my disc is broken. Doesn't
Oh,
work.
yeah, that's why. Oh,
That's why.
I didn't know the story behind it. So
Don't
that's,
worry.
that-
But Muttski broke his disc by making that GIF and tweeting it.
yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. Next year, dude, it's gonna be a 4-way race from what I hear.
Yeah. It's gonna be you, Lumo, Sabin, and me.
Perfect.
Maybe.
I ain't teaching. I'll have to teach you guys the hot tech. Oh, look, there's Celeste, basically.
Yeah,
The
this is
log.
Cat. Here's Celeste. So yeah, cool thing about the credits in this game is the characters that you haven't collected, then you get to see like where their locations are. So
Yeah, I did not know about Umaro or Mog in my first playthrough as permanent characters, or I didn't get Go-Go either.
I think I got all of them, maybe. I'm not sure.
I didn't
You're a
know about.
god gamer.
I didn't know about getting Mog in the World of Balance until like super late. Like I wasn't too like I already knew how to do sketch and all that stuff, and I didn't know how to get Mog in the World of Balance.
I'm pretty
So,
sure I got Mog in the World of Ruin, so...
That's like I was a little bit ashamed that I didn't know that, but
Mhm.
that's whatever.
All right, well, I'm gonna take off. Thanks for having me. I had fun. It was good chills.
Yeah,
Well
thank you
timed.
again. I'm probably gonna start setting up the next run, and
Yeah, we should-
Yep.
Yep.
Take it easy.
Thank you, gamers,
Voidathon.
once again.
Best on.
Enjoy the rest.
Yep, rolling
Rolling out.
Rolling out.